What up, guys? I decided today, instead of doing a regular kind of getting started screen, I would come on and actually chat for a little bit and kind of hang out before we go. What's up, Liz? What's up, Angie? So that is exactly what I'm going to do. While we wait for old P. Tony, Peter's going to be joining us pretty soon. I've already sent him the invite, but he'll join, and we're going to play a little bit more Split Fiction. And then after that, we'll get into Tangled Christianity. If you don't know what Tangled Christianity is, it is mine and P. Tony's podcast that happens every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And I'm a Protestant, he's a Catholic. We come together to chat about all kinds of different things. Last week, we discussed in a bit more detail, and I asked him to bring some receipts from early church fathers, whether or not the church actually, the early church, the apostles actually believed that the Eucharist or communion contained the physical, the physical presence of Jesus' body. And that one, it was long, but it's also going to be even longer because we're going to continue that today. We're going to keep chatting about it. Over on YouTube, we got Karen. Above it all, I live in a gated community with my husband. It's top attorney in our district. Well, that's great to hear, Karen. Glad you're doing well. Kane, what's up? How's it going? Hope you guys are doing well. YouTube is an interesting bag because every time I go live on YouTube, there's always like a pop of concurrent viewers right at the beginning, which is really interesting. So like YouTube, if you're on YouTube right now, shout out, give some love. Let me know that you're here. Tell me where you're watching from, if you're comfortable doing that. Tell me a little bit about yourself. YouTube always has like a significant pop at the beginning, and that really does help algorithmically. So go for it. I like Mr. DT. I don't know who that is. Hope he's handsome. Hope he's handsome. I will look it up though. Might as well. Yeah, I have no idea who this is. I guess I kind of see it, but I also don't see it. What is this dude? What's he known for? She's a football fan. Cool. Cool. Well, I'll take it. I'm hope that it's a. I'm gonna hope that it's a compliment. Kane, how are you, Kane? Hope you're doing well today. Are you a Split Fiction fan? Once Pete Tony joins in, we'll play a little bit more Split Fiction and jump in there. Also, I've decided that my regular podcast, the web show, is. I might do. Well, I don't know exactly what I'm going to do. It doesn't perform super well on YouTube, view-wise. I think I know why, and so I think I'm either going to go audio only, or I'm toying around with some different ideas, different things that I can do for the podcast format over there. If you have any ideas, if you're a regular YouTube watcher, if you enjoy YouTube, because I'm a YouTube consumer at heart, to be completely honest. If you also relate with me in that you're a YouTube consumer, tell me what do you like watching on YouTube? Like what's your goat? You know, what brings you there? Let me have those thoughts. Also, it is Tuesday, so there's no additional free games, but some cool sales are going on right now on Steam. So if you're a PC player, cool stuff is happening on Steam. I think that when it comes to Split Fiction, which is what we're playing tonight, I think that Peter and I are probably going to roll credits. If I had to guess, we'll roll credits tonight, which is kind of exciting in a lot of ways because, you know, we get to go on and do new and different things. And by new and different, I mean not something new at all. Peter is playing through the Halo series. He's on Halo 3. And so we plan to start that next Tuesday together for the pre-show. So if where my Halo fans at, if you like Halo, come hang out. I think Halo 3 in the Master Chief Collection is the worst looking one of the bunch, but that's where he's at, so that's what we're going to play. I looked up on How Long to Beat that it's apparently only like, I don't know, roughly 8 hours to actually play or beat the game. So fingers crossed. I'm hoping that we can do it within just 1 month. And then we're going to be playing a lot of Kingdom Hearts starting this Thursday. We're going to be playing some Kingdom Hearts, 1.8 Final Mix, 1.5 or 2.5 Final Mix, whatever it is. The full bundle. We're going to be playing a little bit more of that and try to get down with some Kingdom Hearts. I am surprisingly, and maybe I shouldn't say surprisingly, I'm enjoying it more than I would have anticipated. It's a pretty good time. Peter should be on in about, probably about 8 minutes. Let me pull up Discord real quick, see if he's messaged me. He has not. That's okay, though, because I'm fairly certain that he will. He's pretty reliable like that. Did I not keep my notes? Looks like I did not keep my notes from last week, and isn't that how it goes? Hello, Pitoni. Turn this music down. I don't think Peter has his headphones in yet. So he may not know that I'm actually talking to him. Yeah, he's got himself muted. That's fine. Keep that rolling in the background. And let me show you guys what it looks like when Peter tries to set up his own stream. Looks like his lighting has changed. I'm going to have to work on that. And we'll get it. Who knows? It may change whenever he sits down. Sometimes that happens. Do you guys have any game sound? I don't have much. Oh, there's a little bit there. Go controller. Alright, that should give him everything he needs. Hey, all of a sudden the color looks better. Look at that. I'm glad I didn't edit anything, because all he had to do was apparently turn a light on. So no editing necessary in the making of this stream. Put Split Fiction back up. Angie, I appreciate your lurk, by the way. Liz, I appreciate yours also. I think we'll beat this today. Let's see which one. I think I had this one set up for Split Fiction. I have a couple of different profiles, and then I'll get to change those, because if we roll credits on this tonight, then the 2 games that I have profiles currently set up for will be done. I will have completed them, so that's cool. You know, that's a cool thing, but it also means I got to reprogram my controller again. So you know how I very like that. All right, I think everything should be working now. The TV/Webby Pumpkin. Let's double check it. Yeah, for the most part, we're looking good. Looking good. I've really been digging just like the plain black shirt lately. I feel like it's a good look for me. There we go. I feel like it's a good look. I like to think that it makes me look slimmer, but I also would like to think that with my like different health kick and meal prepping and trying to be a little more aware of the things that I'm eating, I'd like to think that that is causing me to actually be thinner and slimmer. So that'd be neato, right? That'd be a cool thing. I sure don't hear much game sound though. I think it's something else. I don't know. Once we probably get into full game, I'm sure it'll be like crazy good. I have a couple goals tonight that I'm going to share with Peter whenever he gets on here. And one of them is to start on time and to end on time for the podcast. That is the goal. Now, will I accomplish that? Well, time will tell. Time will tell. Look at Peter's hair growing back. I feel like it took no time at all. Hello, Peter. I saw you put your headphone in, so now I know you can hear me.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm all right. How are you, bud? How about you, bud? There we go.
Good. I'm lagging a bit today, so I just started brewing myself a cup of coffee.
Nice.
Which I might regret tonight. Sorry, I bunked the mic. I keep doing that.
No, you're going to be so energized and ready to bring all the topics. That's what I suspect.
Oh, I'm sure I'll be fine during the show. I'm talking about after the show. I might regret it. Hi, chat. How we doing?
I got up at 4, which is it's been this crazy thing while like we're getting set up and everything. I know I alluded to it a little bit in your chat yesterday, but the guy who I work with that normally that we alternate weekends so that we can have time off if we need it. Well, he's been pulled onto a rig in a different area of the state, and then the owner of the company has been sitting on a different rig, and so I've been catching everything. I already just had to do Saturday and Sunday anyway, because that was just what I had to do from the time that I had to take off for the funeral. But then I got to do it on Monday, and I got to do it today. And unless I may get a call during stream, we'll see. But unless something changes, then I will get to do it again tomorrow, which is real cute. And then the day after that, I may not go at all because I don't know. I was told, this is the reason I might get a call. I was told by the owner of the company I work for that he was going to give final notice on the 29th, which is today, on whether or not we are going to shut everything in on the 30th or if we'll just leave it unattended, but that we were going to be done. And so we will see. On another note, though, this is not enough to sustain me. But that all happened today, and I've been working real busy and everything. But I was hired for that schoolhouse position. I don't know if I told you about that, but It's like a PR multimedia position, and it's not supposed to start till June. But I got an email today wanting to meet this week to kind of discuss stuff for scheduling and doing like a campaign for summer camps. And so I was asked if I wanted to actually start on May 1st instead. So isn't that crazy? Like in 2 days.
Yeah. Wow.
So it's possible. I mean, that's not enough to like fully sustain me. Like it's not a full-time gig, but it is kind of crazy that my start date with this other job is potentially also the first day that I won't go check these wells.
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought that was wild.
That could work out, huh?
It could.
That sounds chaotic and hectic.
It is.
Which would drive me crazy. But I'm glad that you at least have work coming in the door. That's important.
Me too. And honestly, like I think there'll be some. I've been feeling I don't want to say the like burned out word, but I've been feeling real thin lately. So I'm trying to do that, and from content, and more so the lack thereof, like content that I want to do that I don't do, to long days, to picking up other like side projects, like all that stuff. I feel like hodgepodge together. So hopefully if I pull away from oil a little bit, if there's an opportunity to do that, I could see a future where there's some rest.
Well, I think as long as you're doing content creation, any rest you get is qualified.
Fair. Fair enough.
I have one show and tell thing.
Okay.
So I put together a timer. It's mostly the same timer I use in Game of Favorites, but I changed it to Our Colors. Boom. Look at that.
Hey.
I put 45 minutes on the clock because then when it expires, that's when we need to wrap up conversation and talk to chat, was my
Love
thinking.
that.
It also, when it gets to the end there, it turns orange and then it turns yellow because purple and yellow.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, so
I love that.
Cool.
I'm going to, if you want to throw that up real quick one more time, I'm going to look and see what that looks like.
Oh, yeah.
Like feed. Oh, that's perfect. I was worried it was going to cut something off. It doesn't. It doesn't cut anything off. That's beautiful. Neko Spy coming in with a raid. Neko has been treating me
Neko is great in all things
I agree.
except that he loves Kingdom Hearts too much. But
Neko loves Kingdom Hearts too much?
Yeah, we're planning on doing a Kingdom Hearts episode with him, Father Evan, Father Blake Britton, and I'm thinking Blake, although you would also be a great candidate.
Look at my I don't know if you can see this, but this is currently my schedule for May. I just posted it today, Neko, and literally every week I'm playing at least 2 different days of Kingdom Hearts. It's like there's Kingdom Hearts and there's Halo with Peter. Like that's the whole month.
I think that's the way to do it. I think having a main game that you're playing, granted, like our game has to be different, I suppose, unless there's something that I can drop in and out of. But yeah, that's what we're doing with Clair Obscur right now. I'm also experimenting. I've tried this experiment before, and it mostly just takes work. But if there's a plot that people are following, then I'll write a summary of what happens in the plot and post it in a designated Discord channel so that if somebody wants to follow the story but falls behind, misses the stream, they can catch up.
That's considerate of you.
I know.
Love that. I'm taking a different approach where, because I've tried to play new games and everything, and even with things like Split Fiction, I've had people come in and be like, love you guys, but spoilers, so because they want to play the game themselves. And so I'm playing a game that is my age. So if you don't know what happens in Kingdom Hearts, like, it's not that hard to find it.
Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, I think personally, I think sometimes I'll protect myself for spoilers for certain games, or for certain stories. But on the whole, I don't know. I think that it's okay to let yourself come across some spoilers, especially if you don't have like plans to engage with the content in the near future. Like you can also, I wouldn't mind if sometimes we play a game and we all experience the story together for a first time. And, you know, I mean, if you want to also do that on your own time, I understand that. But it's, I always feel conflicted. Like, I mean, so should I just not play exciting games on stream? Is that our decision? I don't know if I like that either. Not that anyone's telling me that, but it puts us in a weird, well, play exciting games, but don't play games that I haven't played yet and I'm excited to play.
Yep.
Well, why do I play them, brother? What do I do?
That's 100% relatable. This is just like a little experiment I had because I did 2 games yesterday experimenting. One was the new Oblivion game, and then it was Kingdom Hearts. Oblivion performed terrible, and I don't think it's the kind of game that I like playing on stream anyway. So I was like, easy decision. And then Kingdom Hearts did fairly well, and I found that I had more fun playing Kingdom Hearts streaming it than I do when I'm not streaming it. So I was like, this is a win-win. Because the best way to play Kingdom Hearts is with other people around that know what you're doing, or at least can like feel your pain. Like I got very lost in Hollow Bastion yesterday.
Yeah.
And there's another person in the community whose husband is playing it for the first time also. I got rated in by a streamer who's playing it for the first time ever. This is my first playthrough. And they were like, oh my gosh, I feel like I'm reliving this again from a couple weeks ago. This took me forever. And I was like, thank you. I'm glad. I mean, I hate it, but I'm glad I'm in good company. And it made some interesting talking points. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah,
no,
I'm
that's
sticking
awesome.
with it. I just made a mess. Hold on.
You're good.
I have learned to always put a towel underneath my cup when I start pouring the coffee through the filter, just in case I don't pour the right amount.
Which never happens.
Whoa. Well, with my... I'm really bad at estimating. Okay, I'm going to need a moment. I am in the game. But, of course, I'm running away now. I'll be right back.
Okie dokie. All right, we'll let Peter take care of that. But Neko, how are you, friend? I hope you're doing so swell. Thank you so much for trusting me with your community. I really appreciate that. I might try to get on that. What, Peter? What? Your booty is in the camera, Peter. Ah, noob streamers, man. You know what I mean? Anyway, what is even happening? Did he just crawl over his seat? Like, we're going to have to question him, chat. Whenever he gets back, we have to question his life choices and why the way that he moved through that small space was the most advantageous way. What? Anyway, yeah, I may try to get on that Kingdom Hearts episode of Game of Favorites. That could be cool. Maybe I should play a little bit more first. Father Evan will be a great candidate. Maybe, who knows? Maybe I will fall in love with the Kingdom Hearts genre. I hope I do, because the first one's been all right. But everyone tells me that part 2 is the real bread and butter. Like, that's the good one. That the story of the first one's really good, but that the gameplay mechanic and the combat, especially the combat, is just supposed to be so much better in the second one. So I'm excited about that. Yeah, I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. That Game of Favorites will be awesome. Dude, Kingdom Hearts 2 is awesome. I'm excited about it. Hey, give me your opinion. I didn't realize you were such a Kingdom Hearts fan, Neko. I'm glad to know that. I am in... So I'm in Hollow Bastion in Kingdom Hearts 1 right now in my playthrough. We'll pick up some more of it on Thursday. But I have just I've just beaten the dragon form of Maleficent, okay? My understanding is that there's still a good bit of game ahead, and that maybe I'm like 80% of the way done. After Kingdom Hearts 1, because I think I'm getting... The point of that is that I think I'm getting close to the end game. After Kingdom Hearts 1... Technically, I guess the next game is Rechain of Memory. But I kind of want to skip it. I kind of don't want to play that. I kind of want to go straight to Kingdom Hearts 2. Do you condone and or support that decision? Let me know, Neko. Peter, you should also have an invite from me. But if you don't, let me know and I'll send it again.
Yeah, let me try. It looks like it has expired.
I got you. All right, there goes another. I have 2 primary goals for tonight, Peter, and you've already put in the effort to make sure that one of them happens.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the not going over our time. Goal number 2 for me is starting on time. like starting at 8 or shortly after instead of like 8:15, 8:20, like that kind of thing. Because then even if our time is the correct amount, we'll still end up going late because we started late.
Protect
so
your sleep.
Sleep and just, I'm trying.
And
I just want to do better.
Mermaid.
Yeah, a little bit of that. Of course, it will mostly be sleep today because I'll leave again at 4 tomorrow. So yeah. All right. Do you remember the story and what's happening, where we are, and what's going on?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we're supposed to rendezvous at the indigo tree, and then Mael. Hold on. No, I'm talking about a different game now.
Yeah. We have to go after assuming our mantle is the new god of war, and we're going to need to completely take out the entire Greek pantheon. That's the actual plot. Yeah.
That sounds hype.
Go ahead.
God of War, but co-op. That could be fun.
I want that, especially because we're in a world where there could have been like a one player is Atreus, one player is Kratos kind of thing. That could have happened. It didn't, but it could have, and it would have been awesome.
Move with caution.
Which way?
The cautious way.
Did you just walk through that fire?
No. It also will hurt our bellies. We need to collaborate. Wait, where are we going? Oh, I was looking at you. Sorry. That's my fault. Left.
I go up.
We're getting roasted.
Yeah, and then up. Oh, no!
You, like, on my screen, you walk directly through a flame. So I'm a little worried that our games are not synced up.
I think you're on. I think you might be right. Here, I'm going to try to just stay where you are.
Oh my gosh, yeah, you walked immediately through a flame there.
No, oh gosh, where to go? Okay, I'm going this way.
Okay, I'm gonna follow you. Because
I think you're just behind. But what I don't love is that we're pretty much missing the flame from my perspective, pretty much. But I still hear it burning us. We made it anyway. Real gamer.
That was terrible syncing on my screen.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Do you think there's anything we need to do? Like, will it fix itself, or do we need to restart?
If it becomes problems later, we can try resetting.
Okay.
And back.
All right. Welcome back, Neko.
Neko to jail?
I didn't mean to, and I strategically waited to read his longer comment until he was back from jail. That way he could hear me read it. Neko says, I support that. I think the 3 main games, Kingdom Hearts 1 through 3, can be player on their own in sequence, or be played on their own in sequence, and then you can go back and do all the supplementary games. That's how I did it. I technically have played. Oh, that worked. I technically have played. It's interesting because on my screen, I thought that was gonna work. It's like snapping us. Like I think the game knows we're out of sync, and it was just making up the difference. I actually have played 358 over 2 days a little bit on the 3DS or on the DS, and so I'm interested in that. But it's just cutscenes on the version I have anyway, so I'll probably, like most of these games, since they're just cutscenes, why not watch them, you know? But I will skip Rechain of Memory because it seems like a not good time.
That sounds smart. I also will be skipping Chain of Memories.
Which ones have you played, Peter? You just played the second one, right?
I started one, but the controls were really rough on me.
Oh, no. Okay, we're good. We're good.
Oh,
no!
All right.
This time for sure.
This time for sure.
Yes,
I think I don't let go right away.
I'm actually interested in playing Birth by Sleep. Father Evan told me that that's his favorite, and I am inclined to believe him.
Feels like these statues remind me of something.
Sorry, I was focused in.
Have we seen them before?
Anyway, but I have to buy a different game to play it. I have to buy the like my bundle doesn't have that particular game in it.
Okay.
Okay, that works. I thought we failed. It doesn't have that bundle in it, but that bundle is also on sale right now for $30. But I'm not pulling the trigger on it because what if I end up really not liking Kingdom Hearts 2, and I don't want to go that far?
Yeah.
So Decisions.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, for me, well, I think Square Enix's writing style is just difficult on me.
This is rather concerning.
To be fair, Kingdom Hearts 1 was Squaresoft, so maybe you'll like some of the more recent ones, maybe.
Is Squaresoft a different company than Square Enix then?
So, yes and no. Squaresoft became Square Enix. Is like one of those kind of things. And I don't understand all of the intricacies of how that happened. I don't know if they like merged with another company and became Square Enix, or if they were bought. But yeah, Squaresoft became Square Enix.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not sure that would make a difference because I think I also am not a fan of like, well, I don't know. Maybe one day I'll try an earlier Final Fantasy. Would be the next time I try something in Square, I think.
That'd be hard. Well, that's not gonna work. What Final Fantasies have you tried?
Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Okay.
And Final
I want to
Fantasy
go back to that.
13. We spent a lot of time with 13. No, was it 13? No.
I mean,
don't
maybe.
remember.
16,
It's not a popular
14.
one.
Is it the MMO?
No, not the MMO.
Okay.
I think it was 13.
Maybe. I haven't. The only two that I've really I've only ever beat one. Not Final Fantasy 1. I've only ever beat a single Final Fantasy game, and it was Final Fantasy 10, and it was a grind. But I always wanted to beat it. There's still one more worm. Oop.
Yeah, I was trying to snap at him, and he grabbed the chain instead.
That makes sense. But yeah, I really liked 10 growing up, and so I wanted to, for the sake of like my younger self, I wanted to beat it, and I did. But I played the PC port, and that's when I learned that not all ports are created equal. That PC port is rough.
That makes sense. There's a
Yeah,
guy down here.
It wouldn't be so bad, but it would just crash out sometimes. And sometimes when a cutscene would play, it would just be a green screen. Maybe we'll stick together and like divide instead of divide and conquer.
Yeah, I don't think we can divide and conquer this.
No. But anyway, so if I got a green screen, I would if I actually wanted to watch the cutscene, I just had to restart it, which sometimes meant I had to fight like a battle again, and that was doo-doo.
You okay,
There was
Zoe?
I think the game's called Quantum Break.
Yeah, I know the game.
And which is very cutscene heavy.
Uh-huh.
But the way that they get the cutscenes to you is they stream it from the internet, so you have to like be connected to the internet, which is fine.
Whoa.
But it wasn't working, and so whenever we had a cutscene on stream, it didn't work. And so like for a while, I would like Google, I would find a YouTube video of what is the right cutscene. Oh,
I was like, what am I supposed to do here?
Unexpected?
Oh.
I thought it was air.
Yeah, this reminds me of people asking with something like Cat Dog, who eats and who does the other thing.
Have you ever seen this movie called The Human Centipede?
You know, that's another direction we could take the conversation.
I was just gonna say I recommend you don't.
Yeah. Sounds good to me.
Oh no, I walked off into it. Yeah, that was one of the. Not only is it just not fun to watch that movie, it also is just not a good movie.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's very low budget bad. But you know, there was a day back in my youth. There was a time where Netflix was king, and it was really the only streaming service. But one of the things that it had was lots of like what you would call bloatware, I guess, in like the gaming space. And in my opinion, The Human Centipede is a piece of that bloatware that I consumed.
That makes sense.
It is a one-time thing for me, though.
I mean, I don't know if that's. Oh.
Swing, Peter, swing.
Do we need to swing over to the right? I guess we do.
Yeah, we got to go underneath. Oh, let's go. Nice. I hedged my bets, but...
yeah, what do we do now?
Let go! Got it.
Ah!
Nice! Wait.
Oh. I think I do this.
This is gonna work. This is gonna work. Oh, it's close. It is close.
Wow, that's a suntan right there.
Nice.
Oh
wait, there's the one in the middle.
Woo! All right, you swing.
All right, swinging.
Whoa,
Got it.
whoa.
Nailed it. Oh.
Oh,
this isn't
we should
good.
not have done that.
Nope. Ouch! It hurts. It hurts, Father.
Ow.
Don't lose your temper.
I didn't lose my temper. That's not what happened.
I feel like this time we're gonna do it for sure. Like real professionals.
That sounds great.
Keep moving.
Ha! Nailed it.
I'll swing. I should have said that before I let go.
That's okay. I figured it out.
We're basically playing Bread and Fred right now.
Yeah, but it's Centipede edition.
Mm-hmm.
Centipede my pants. That was so close. No, that doesn't work. Never mind. All right.
Let's move on.
Hey, let's go.
Nice.
Keep it up.
Oh yeah, we're pros.
Okay, let me swing really far.
Go ahead. You got it.
Oh,
That did not work like I thought it would. Maybe I can
No,
just
it
go
did
through
not.
it fast. Oh, I can!
Hey!
Hey!
We survived.
That is not what I thought would happen, but I'll take it.
Moving.
All right.
Maybe we'll just keep
Oh,
the momentum.
yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
yes.
Huge.
First try.
First try. You saw that, right, chat?
They did. So I'm interested in how this Halo thing is going to go down. Have you ever played Halo 3 before?
What happens now?
Zoe's
I
final
don't think
stand.
I've done anything in Halo 3, to be honest.
Okay.
You will restore
I know I've like dabbled in some of the later Halos, but you know, like haven't played through the campaign.
Okay.
I played through the first Halo,
Okay.
and then I did play through the second Halo on stream. K-Max helped with a lot of that, actually.
Second Halo is
Why'd you
so
stop?
good.
We've padded you to the edge.
Well, maybe it
Maybe
doesn't
I
age
should
that
read
well.
it. Maybe I
'Cause
should
I'll-
read a synopsis because I got confused by the story.
I
was
really
also
enjoyed the
distracted
second
'cause
one.
I mean, it's also like when you're streaming with somebody, then it's easy to get distracted, right? Like what we're doing here.
Oh yeah,
For too
100%.
long have we watched as you've been giving everyone.
what you can't give yourself.
Oh dear Zoe.
We tried everything to make you happy again.
But in the end, it has always been up to you.
Who are you?
Just someone who loved you from the start.
Someone you need to call more often.
Mom and Dad?
Yeah,
Mom? Dad?
you're so
Always
intuitive.
remember that in complete
Wow.
darkness,
Does this
A
prove
single
evolution?
spark shines
Oh,
like the
no.
sun.
Got my little Zoe medallion.
What's
I-
this supposed to be? I wish I had a
Got your
clue.
little not Mio medallion.
Yeah.
You know,
the
E
other
for
half
Mio.
of-
Emma.
That makes sense. I'm your replacement sister.
Oh. Adopted.
Did I tell you about there's a family where all the kids and the parents' names started with a J?
Is this your
Except
home?
for one of the kids. That was like Frank or something. And so
Uh-huh.
they
It
all
became
used to
haunted
tell
when
him that
Ella
he
died.
was adopted.
So
No.
we left it to rot.
I would have to be like, my name's Frank. The J is silent.
Well, because of me.
I like that.
Because I couldn't hold
In
on.
my family, all of our names start with J.
What do you mean?
Really?
Yep. My dad. Well, there's only two
Couldn't hold on.
sons, myself and my brother, and then
Okay.
my dad and my
We
mom.
weren't supposed to go
And
to
I guess
the river.
technically my mom's first initial is
I
not a
can
J,
fix
but she goes by her middle name, which starts with a J.
Ah.
So we all are J's.
J is a really common letter to start names.
Whetstones.
Yeah,
Interesting to
She
me.
slipped
it's like
away.
Johan.
I couldn't hold on.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly what I was thinking.
How many Johans have you known in your life?
Ella died because
Zero.
Of me.
Well, yeah,
But if you translate it, I bet you've known lots of Johns.
exactly. Oh, that reminds me. There's a weird atheist argument where they're like, Christianity doesn't make sense. They didn't have names like Mark and Luke back then, and Matthew. And I was like, brother,
What?
we translated those. It's Matthios, for example.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
I know. I think they're onto something. We should go back to it. Henceforth, from this day on, I'm like, whoa, never mind. I was about to say, all right, I'm gonna preface that I was gonna say that I was gonna do the opposite of Jesus and rename Peter, but I almost said anti-Jesus, and I was like, no, that's not what I'm stating.
There's a controversy about an alleged Antichrist right now. Have you seen that guy? He's claiming to be a successor of Jesus and Mohammed and things. Wild. Hi, Wolf.
Whoa. Hey, Wolf,
haven't
what's
really
up?
been paying
Thanks for
attention
the
to
lurk.
him.
That's okay. That's the first one. Oh, you mean you haven't been paying attention to the Antichrist? Maybe
Yeah.
you should.
Well, no, I don't. I think he's somebody that just wants attention.
Yeah. Well, then obviously you need to give it to him. No, don't pay attention with any credence, but I always like keep a little bit of like a wary eye on anyone making claims like that. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm dead.
No, that.
Stay alive. Just like Jesus, I'm coming back. All right, here we go. Oh, gosh.
Whoa.
Did you like that? You like that foreshadowing?
Come to me!
Very Easter.
I'm trying to get to you, but I am being like completely overwhelmed right now. There we go.
Are we supposed? I'm going to the right. I just assumed that was the right way.
Yeah, because I'm going left, and eventually we'll meet up.
The power of
Beautiful.
French. you're in your Kirk animation. Blinking. Oh, it's funny.
Super-powered spirit animals.
Wow. Fishbird.
Look,
That's what they called me in high school. How'd you know?
back!
All right, we can cut off their head if we keep that line.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because, you know,
Come on,
it's a
come on.
Hydra, so there's really only one thing we can do.
But that's gonna make more heads,
Nice.
won't it?
Are you supposed to cut off heads
what-
on a Hydra?
I know
what to
Peter,
do.
like you're I know you like that Greek and Roman tradition,
Italian!
but do you have to believe everything about the Hydra?
Valid.
So
That's
guilty
funny though
pleasure of
because
mine. Oh, go ahead, go
Neo
ahead.
also just said, "Are we supposed to cut the heads off of the Hydra?"
Look at you, listening to your character.
Wow.
That builds
Where is-
character.
The really split fiction is the friends we made along the way. Oh,
That's
ow.
right. I almost got eated. So little guilty pleasure of mine. I think I've already shared with you that I really like Greek mythology. But
It's fun.
at the Battle of Songbirds, at the Sunrise on the Reaping release for that Hunger Games book, while I was waiting, you could get an extra entry if you bought something in the store. So I bought a Greek myths and legends like anthology, and so I've been reading through that, you know, because
we got this.
what does Webby Pumpkin do for little light reading? I'll stay right. He reads anthologies of Greek mythology, so I've been enjoying it a
That's
lot.
nice. Now, there's a lot. There's a lot
Kratos
to
is
unpack
right.
in a lot of Greek mythology.
It blows my mind too. Like we know this, in a sense. Like we know that we get a lot of our English words from ancient words or ancient
Sure.
stories, but it's just crazy to read the stories and be like, oh, I recognize that.
Yeah.
Let's see, what's one for example? Oh gosh, what was his name? Is it Narcissus? I may be saying that
Oh
wrong.
yeah, Narcissus.
Yeah. There's also a flower named after him, but it's literally a dude that Aphrodite supposedly, this is allegedly, chat, but Aphrodite punishes by basically making him fall in love with a water nymph, but the water nymph is his own reflection. And so I was like, you know, I can see how we get the word narcissist from this.
Yeah.
Hey, we both died. Oh,
Yeah, I got hit out of the sky. Very annoyed.
I drowned. Look at us covering all the bases.
Wow.
So that was one of them, and then like, I don't know. There's it's. I promise I'm reading it and actually like comprehending the things that are in it. But now that I'm trying to tell you about all the like parallels I saw, I can't think of a single one.
Oh, I understand. That has happened to me before.
Yeah.
Oh, are you waiting for me? Whoops.
Oh, you're good.
Zoe, get the
The
bullets
really
in
split
line.
fiction. Sorry, you read that earlier. Sorry. I thought you were just saying it and trying to embody map hack.
No,
Only
no,
two
I
rounds
was
to
paying
go. We
attention to
got
chat.
Sorry, you're a better streamer than me.
One of the difficult. Whoa.
Hey.
One of the difficult things about this game is it really is trying to always take your attention,
Yes.
which, you know, oftentimes can be good, but it sure does make
Yeah, exactly.
streaming and talking
Point
to
is-
each other hard. Yeah.
I think you couldn't have made that point any better.
Yeah.
It takes your attention. It sure does make.
It sure
does
does.
make.
Sure.
No, I'm embodying map hack. Yeah, you are. Map hack's cool, dude. That's something I wasn't called in high school.
Map hack?
Just the last
Yeah.
head now. This nightmare
It's
is
true.
about to
I was
end.
not called map hack in high school. I was also
makes
not called a cool
sense.
dude.
Oh. Well, that's a bit tragic. What are you supposed to do with this? Oh, I see.
Yep.
And then
Here we go. Oh, in the vein of like being able to drop in and drop out of different games and everything, like you were saying a moment ago,
Yeah.
for focusing on a game. Do you have, like, so I know you have a Nintendo Switch now because of Father Trekkie.
that's right.
Do you happen to have Nintendo Switch Online?
You know, I would have said no,
Final
but
head,
K-Max
come on,
actually just
Zoe!
bought me a year of that so that I could play Ocarina of Time on stream.
Fantastic.
It's gone, Zoe. Look.
So that's going to work out really well because next month I'm planning on doing a lot of Switch stuff because of the Switch 2.
Zoe.
And you
Sure.
don't necessarily have to have a Switch 2 to play all of the Nintendo Switch Online stuff, but I could still be embodying and using a Switch 2 and like still creating content and covering that if you wanted to drop in to some Nintendo Switch games. And since you have Nintendo Switch Online, you already know, well, if you're playing Ocarina, that means he got you a year of the expansion pass, right?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
He did the whole thing. Ow.
Wait, I think we have to get eaten, right? Maybe
No,
not.
That
Called it.
one we had to get eaten.
Oh, what
I
have
see.
I done? What have I created?
We'll make
Don't
sure you
blame
download
yourself.
all of the apps because if you've got the expansion pass, which I think you have to have N64, then you also get the NES, SNES, Game Boy, Game Boy Advance, Sega Genesis, Nintendo 64, and Nintendo 64 Mature, which is stupid, but it's a different app. So if you want to play like Turok or something,
Look, Zoe.
you got to have the
Yeah.
mature
Your
one.
half. It must be close.
All that to say, though, those games also fully support online play together for like the classic titles that you used to
Okay.
would have to like sit in front of the same television for. And one of them I thought would be fun that I've never played. It's actually, I think it's a Game Boy Advance game.
That must be our raft from earlier.
It's
Seems like the Hydra wants to
well, I don't know if
devour
you
your
like
entire
Zelda games,
subconscious.
but it's Legend of Zelda 4 Swords, I think. Oh, I remember what to do. Sorry, buttons. Am I right?
You're fine.
That game supported full 4-player co-op on the original Game Boy Advance, but almost no one ever played it because it required 4 copies of the game, 4 link cables, and then the hardest thing of all, 4 friends. And so that is significantly more.
I'm supposed to do something.
Oh, yep. That is made significantly more accessible now because of Nintendo Switch Online. You could actually
Yeah.
all play as Link. So it doesn't have to be that game, but
You
I was
hear
trying to
that?
think through some Switch stuff
Could it be?
that we could play online together. So if you want to let
Yeah.
that just, be digesting and you
Yeah,
something, that'd be
definitely
cool.
can explore that. I'm expecting to actually cancel my Game Pass subscription and just focus on Nintendo subscription games for that
Down
whole
there.
year, just to like get
Your
full use out of
medallion.
it. And there's plenty of games.
Interesting. That is not something I would have anticipated you would do.
Well, I only have Game Pass so that I can stream games, right?
You do?
Yeah.
What?
So if my main focus is going to be Nintendo, then I don't need 2 subscriptions going at the same time. I can come back to Game Pass later.
Yeah.
Zoe, watch
I
out!
thought.
As long as you don't care about any of your cloud save backups or anything, because I don't know if those will still be there for you after you've canceled and come back.
Nah, that's fine.
Okay.
The only one I would have cared about is Slay the Spire, but I got Slay the Spire on my own. Oh.
Oh. Come to me.
Stay with me!
I don't
running
want to
really
die.
slowly for some reason. I can't dash. I'm sorry.
I can't take this!
Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good.
Hold on, Zoe!
It's okay. I'm coming.
For dramatic effect.
Hold on.
Okay?
Let me tie my shoe.
Come on, we gotta go! Stay in the light!
Oh, it's
there's
an
some messaging
escort
here.
game.
Oh, that wasn't the direction I thought we'd go with it. I thought we.
Oh,
Wow, the light can't protect you from everything.
I guess not. It's very. It feels very Frodo almost.
Yeah.
Mount Doom.
Look at you, a Catholic, always trying to bring something back to Tolkien.
Every once in a while.
I have actually. Oh no, I can't jump when I'm out of the light. I thought I could just jump back into it. I cannot. I have actually noticed trends since I realized obviously Tolkien was Catholic and Catholics love Tolkien and every Catholic I know that reads loves Tolkien. And I was thinking about it and I was like, all the Protestants like Lewis.
Yeah, well, we like both. I appreciate the friendship between Tolkien and Lewis a lot because
Me too.
I think it puts us in a good place
There's
to
still time, Zoe.
continue
Just a little bit
conversations
more.
and have relationships.
Are you and I the next Tolkien and Lewis?
Well, except for the part where we don't write.
I know, but we have a different medium. We're gamers.
That's right.
We create video content instead of maybe
We
we'll start
are-
doing video essays.
Oh boy, I don't have time. I'm sorry.
I feel that.
I used to do video logs.
Restore the heart, Zoe!
You know it must be done.
Oh, left trigger.
Yeah. Wait, do it again. I didn't
I
grab
didn't know I had to hold.
There we go. Now I can grab it.
Let
You
go!
ready to kill it? Yeah. Shot through the heart. Hey yo. Because it's all about references, Peter. That's good content. It's all about referencing other people's content.
I posted my rant on TikTok. Didn't go
You
as
did?
far as I wanted it to.
Aw.
Oh well.
Well, you win some, you reference some.
Otto said that he shared the clip of my rants with his wife, and she laughed and started making references immediately, but also said she agreed with me.
References are like the flavor of life.
You got this.
Yeah, references aren't
We got
inherently
this.
bad, but I want them to serve the conversation. I don't want the conversation to serve references. Does that make
no.
sense?
No originality in 2025. That's my campaign.
Are you Gen Z?
I consider myself Gen Zennial. Technically, no. I'm a 94 baby. But let's be real. I'm that weird in-betweeny group that I remember a time before phones, but I've always had the internet. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That makes sense.
It's that weird, little weird. Well, you understand, because,
I can't do it.
it's not like you're 40 years older than me.
Everybody put your hands in the
No, I'm 5.
Just breathe.
Yeah. You're only 5? You look really mature for 5.
Take as much time as you need.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Oh, you got a dab.
I did.
Oh,
I
good
did it
job.
while I have a sound effect that plays, so I don't miss those. So I did it during the sound effect. It has a cool beat drop that I try to hit. I try to hit the dab on the beat drop, but I don't know if I always do it.
Well,
You know who that is?
that's
Hello?
my sister. Your sister. 5 with 24 years experience.
That's right.
You must be Ella.
It's a really long labor.
Jeez.
She just needs some time.
I know. I got this.
I mean, this is really sweet and tender, but it's also like, I can't imagine being in Zoe's spot.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so sorry.
It was never your fault, Zoe. You have to stop blaming yourself.
I'll try.
Your heart is ready to heal.
It is cheesy, though. I think that they
know.
could have made that moment so cool,
See,
and
that's
it was cheapened.
one thing that I really like about Claire Obscure is
Mhm.
that the characters and the dialogue are
pretty
just
cool, Mia.
really well done.
I love
Like,
that.
Zoe will be fine
Right
with
now,
you around.
Gustav and Lune have been having a lot of conflict with each
She
other.
knew that about herself.
But both of them are like very fleshed out and real, and they also care about
No,
each
she
other, and
isn't.
you feel all of that. And like, there's so many different conflicts where you're like, okay,
I love you.
as a player, I might have a position,
love
but I
you.
also respect both the characters and what they're prioritizing and what they care about a lot.
Yeah. I like that because I feel like that's the secret sauce that so many, not even just games, just like
It's time to go home.
every piece of media is missing is good storytelling, like or effective storytelling.
Yeah.
Some things get close. Like I think this, I mean, I don't think this game is going to win any awards for its narrative, but it's fine. You know, it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. I think that It Takes Two had more depth.
Yes, I think it had a really, really good narration. Not narration like a narrator, but you know what I mean. Like the narrative and the performances were cohesive. I liked it. I did see that there's an achievement that I haven't gotten in this game called Sisters, A Tale of Two Besties. And that means that we missed a bench somewhere because you have to sit on every bench to get it, and we missed one.
Well,
I know.
it's like we didn't even play. We also
know.
missed the lasers challenge level.
Yep. And a couple side quests.
Open up! Open the door, Raider!
You ever say a word? This is so interesting, but like I just said the word bench. And you ever say a word and know that you said it right, but still worry because you're talking on the internet that you're not 100% sure if you enunciated properly?
Yeah.
That happens to me often, friend.
I have, so I'm from Idaho, but both my parents are from North Dakota. And
Oh.
especially from my mom, there's a, oh my. There's a, I didn't realize there was
I
more.
told you
Yeah.
down here. I'm the one that
wait,
makes the
there's
rules.
more.
Down here, I am God.
Heresy. You ready to take him out?
Sure, let's do it.
Yeah. Tell him I'm going to anathema you. Sorry. This is what I think was one of the coolest things in the whole game, though, is what's about to happen.
I've seen clips of this, yeah.
You need to, like, sequester yourself from games we play together, Peter.
Well, I told you, I don't, some games I'll be more careful about spoilers. But, you know, like, if you're watching
And hope
TikTok,
that we can meet up.
what do you think is going to happen?
Strange world is
I don't even have TikTok. My life is
Well,
more full because of it.
that, I won't fight you on that. Oh,
Yeah, no, it's probably true. Yep. You already saw this clip, and yet you didn't see that coming.
Well, that part wasn't exciting. I
That's fair.
guess. I don't know. There weren't clips of that.
Well, there will be now. Chat, you know what to do.
Make me famous. Publish my death.
DC says stop watching TikTok. TikTok legitimately, like, took so much of my life. Like it's
Yeah.
the easiest place to like just fall into like the void, and then you look up and it's been 4 hours, and that's not good
There
for
you
my
are.
life or my
What the hell
lifestyle.
has happened to the simulation?
Hey,
No idea.
Hi.
But there's no way this is stable.
I think this is
Well,
so cool.
This is
So-
pretty cool. Yeah.
Chat, if you don't understand what's happening yet, we are in the same world, but I see the entire world as fantasy, and Peter sees the entire world as science fiction. But we are in the same world, and that's so cool.
Just like real life. What
Yeah.
are we supposed to do?
I think you have to do something because I don't see anything that I can do.
Well,
Because you
that's
can interact with
unfortunate.
the world differently than I can. Also, I have so many little frogs hopping around. You have electronic rats. But they are also like the same creature, like the same thing happening,
Oh,
which is
I
so
found
cool.
it.
Try one of those buttons.
Oh, I have to stand
What
on that?
buttons?
Okay.
Yeah,
That's-
of course.
Not a button for me, it's a log.
It's a
or
stump.
Trees are spinning.
Stump, you're right, no log.
Trees?
It's interesting too because Mio and
Yeah.
Zoe don't understand that
The
they're seeing
simulation
different
is
things yet.
definitely compromised.
I
Oh,
know.
really?
Raiders somewhere in here.
Yeah, because she goes, buttons?
his next
What?
move?
And then she says, oh, the
All I
trees
know
are
is
turning.
he
And
won't
Mio's
go
like,
out
the
without a fight.
trees.
Oh, speaking of different worlds, but that you're like living in together. There's a great game
Wait,
called
wait, how are you
Bokura. Have
jumping
you
like
heard of
that?
that?
Wait, I'm sorry, I didn't
It's
hear
a
you over
fancy mushroom.
Mio
Weird.
asking me a question. There's a game called what?
Bokura.
Bokura. That sounds like the name of the Black Panther from the Jungle Book.
Yeah, maybe.
I think you can move this mushroom.
Oh, I see. Why do we want to move the mushroom?
Because for me, it's bouncy.
Oh, I don't have to stay on that line. So
You
it's
don't.
called Bokura, and it's similar to this where we're each seeing a different world.
Okay.
And don't see what the other person is seeing, but it's not split screen, so you can't look over. It's best if you're like watching on different screens, and you
Oh,
have
cool.
to solve puzzles based off that
tree.
mechanic. It's super fun.
Oh, I feel like that has lots of co-streaming capabilities. Because just
Yeah.
because, like, I can't
Wait,
see what you
I
see
got
and you can't see
something.
what I see doesn't mean that we should deprive chat of that. So we bring in our
Yeah.
own camera, and then they get the full experience.
Jens and I had a setup where how do we do it? We played it together, and we had it set up where chat could see both screens at the same time, but we would only look at our own screen.
I like that a lot.
It was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Watched Tron yesterday. Adds a weirdness to the whole inside of simulation thing. I've never seen Tron. I
Do
should.
you recognize anything yet?
The genre, but not the story.
Same here.
Let's pray we can fight back somehow.
Fight, fight, fight.
I think it's so cool. Such a cool mechanic.
Fighting's so
Do you
fun.
think there's
We should
even
start a club.
glitches anymore?
Let's hope.
We don't talk about that.
Been our only defense
Oh,
against raiders
sorry.
so far.
My bad, my bad.
My thoughts exactly.
Evil demon flower.
I've got a carnivorous
I've got an arm.
looking plant gazing at me.
What? Be careful.
Did we get him to break this?
No. This flower looks suspicious.
Yeah, we could have him break this.
All right, I'm screen peeking. On your screen, it looks like that's like a power cell. So that
Yeah,
looks like it's
but
something
he's not
we do want.
attacking. I mean, I can't do
Oh,
anything with it.
gosh.
Oh. He really wants to follow you. Oh, wait,
Yes,
wait,
he
wait. There's
does.
a button here. Okay, be ready to dodge.
Well, there's a frog, but I can't get to that. Oh, you're up there in the spikes.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So stand there. Cool.
Okay.
Stand on the flower.
Got it?
All right, I'm gonna hit the bite button in 3, 2, 1, bite.
Nice.
The plant eating flowers.
Wow.
All right, my frog
So
eyes
the
lit up.
carnivore plant is a vegetarian?
Okay, I can't
Oh, you
stand
gotta
over
hop
this
across.
one because there's like bad. Well, that worked perfect. Now that's intuitive gaming.
I think that did the trick.
Wow.
Does this make any sense to you? Luckily,
Makes
it
so
does
much
on my
sense.
side.
But yeah, I'm interested in the Bakura, I think you said is what it was.
Bokura, yeah.
Bokura,
Yeah.
never mind.
You want to write a note? I can send you
Yeah,
the
let's do
name
it.
of the game.
I got sticky notes right here.
Huge. We love
But my
sticky
pencil
notes.
no works. There we go. Is it spelled like it sounds?
Bokura.
Yep, it's
So
spelled like it
yes,
sounds.
but that could be. Yeah, I mean, but there's a couple different ways you could get there.
Yeah. So are you a big Greek mythology fan? Or are you more of a Roman mythology fan?
When it comes to Greco-Roman mythology, I think the Greeks do a better job at it.
I agree. I think even if it was
yeah.
just the names that would sell me, I think the Greek names for all
I've gotta
the
admit, though,
like gods and
these
goddesses
fronts
are just
cute.
better.
Focus. Get on the platform. Where?
Oh, I don't know what to stand. No, wait. No.
Stand
This
right
one?
here.
Got it. Oh, it rumbles.
Rumble, rumble. Rumble, rumble, rumble.
Flowers are growing.
This looks
Um,
tricky.
Yeah, I'm like not super deep into it. Okay, that's not what I was supposed to do.
What? How do you? Never
Heh.
mind.
What? You can't do that?
No,
Noob. Good job, team.
I don't.
Thanks, DC. Don't
Oh
die.
my. Talent.
Thank you. I'm just full of it. There's a mushroom there. I bet you can do something with it.
This is seriously messing with my brain. I doubt the machine is on top form.
Going up.
Here we go.
Well, I think it's really interesting that you're deciding to completely commit to classic Nintendo titles for that year.
Well-
Especially on the year that the next Switch releases.
Yeah, that's valid. I mean, we were just chit-chatting, and I was talking about how, playing Ocarina of Time sometime would be, I think, a good move.
Also, that's not the best way to play that game.
Yeah, but I'm not going to get a 64.
Oh, that's
would
off.
you-
That is the worst way to play the game, in my opinion. So I can fill up these fish buckets. I think the definitive version, if you want to play Ocarina of Time, which I think is overrated, it's not as good as everybody thinks it is. But
Right.
if you want to play Ocarina, the Nintendo 3DS edition is the best way to play the game, in my humble
Okay.
opinion. And this is why. One, the N64
Got a
controller
big cannon
sucks.
over here. Me too,
Um,
but I can't
and it
reach mine.
really
Oh.
doesn't play
Look
all that
around.
well, to be honest. And then the Switch version, unless they change it with the release of this. Okay, you shot me.
Oh, can we please not? Yeah, you're
I
right.
thought I shot the wall. Sorry.
I'm gonna try to get back up there. The Nintendo 64 app, unless they change it with the release of the Switch 2, because the Switch 2 is going to let you do this in the GameCube one, it does not allow remapping. And so the way that they map the controls to the Pro Controller is the most idiotic thing that you can't change I've ever seen. So I don't think you'll enjoy the experience unless you get an N64 controller to connect to the Switch. That's the only way I could see it being enjoyable. So there's my hot take. I know you love this word, but if you were to play it either on the 3DS or emulating it would be a better experience. Which you're emulating it anyway, because that's all the Switch is doing.
What am I supposed to do right here? You're filling buckets of water, and that's
Okay,
great,
so you're
but-
going to need to estimate based off what I'm doing. You see that power line for you? That's like a rope for me. And I have these little fish full of water, like that blue one that's coming through. You can't see those fish, but I bet you can still shoot them.
That's great. Why do I need to shoot it? Oh, I need to shoot it over the...
Yeah, we got to get through that door. And apparently I can only fill up every other fish because it doesn't reset in time. So. Nice.
All right,
Extinguish.
just blindly shoot until
sure.
it works.
That's right. That's how I always lived my life.
Yeah, so I mean, I was just chit-chatting and saying, hey, this is something that I've been thinking about, potential future game. And then K-Max, and we were talking about prices and how much does it cost. And then K-Max said, let me look that up.
Yeah.
And then he said,
quiet.
all right, Peter, I
Still,
went to
no
Best
fetch and
Buy and I
fight.
bought you a year. And I said, oh, well.
Isn't that like, I think it's like
Thank you.
$50 for just one person too.
It is, yeah.
I
That's a trippy
have the
view.
family pack, so we pay
Otherworldly.
$80 dollars a year. But isn't that so cool?
Yeah.
Like
I
you
love
literally
that.
split between. We pay 80,
Merged
but
fiction.
I split it with, so you can have up to 8 people on your Nintendo family. So I split it with 8 people. So we
hear
each
that?
pay.
Oh,
I get
boy.
Cash App $10 from everybody every year.
Witness to the power of a god.
That's the only way I can justify the expansion pass.
Yeah.
Is to do it like
Get
that.
over to my side!
Not knocking you or anything. It's just now it's a little more worth it. When it came out, you had like nothing. Now you had N64 and there were barely any games on it. But now there's an okay library of N64. They added Game Boy Advance. They added the DLC to certain games. So like Animal Crossing, you get the DLC for that. You get all the DLC for Mario Kart. Now it's a little more worth it. But when it came out, it was not worth that $50 price point.
Yeah, but that makes sense. I think, wait, where am I? I think that, I don't know, I feel similarly about streaming services. Jens and I currently don't have any streaming subscriptions.
Yeah.
But I'm fine with us having one, but only one. I don't really want to have more than one at the same time. Let's just pick our show that we want to watch. And once we finish that show, maybe the next show we want to watch is on another streaming service. So let's you know, rotate over if anything.
I did something similar, but I shopped around like, and this is when I would recommend looking, like around Black Friday or like the end or the beginning of the year. Disney offers a bundle, and the bundle was I think it was $5 more than what it would have costed to just have like HBO Max by itself, for example. And it has we do it with ads, but we have Disney Plus, Hulu, and HBO Max, and it's one price but 3 services. And I get a lot of mileage out of that. Like that's, of course, I don't watch a lot of TV anyway.
Well, yeah, like so Yenza and I right now are watching Survivor, and that's our show. And we're watching Australia.
I also have Prime, but that's not really because I like the streaming service. That's because I utilize Amazon Prime and Twitch Prime and all the other stuff.
Yeah, that makes
But
sense.
I've had that since college, though. So, like, I mean, we do. Let's subscribe and save to try to save some stuff there. I live in Mississippi. Well, now where I live is not too bad, but where I grew up in Mississippi, there were no stores. So if you needed anything a little bit niche, Amazon was it. So my Amazon Prime pays for itself pretty quick.
Yeah, if I was ordering more things online, then it would make sense. But Jens and I live, I mean, we don't need to buy many things online, so it doesn't make sense.
For me, it's the occasional buying things online. I could justify it better if I bought more often online, but it's that.
Yeah.
I'm a Twitch creator, so I get 1 free sub every month. So that's worth it to me because I'm going to order anyway, and I occasionally watch something on Prime Video. I feel like there's another perk that I use it for too, but I can't remember what it is. But it works out. Oh, Prime Gaming. That's the other thing I do. Not Prime Gaming like Twitch, but like they have their own launcher, and I get free games, kind of like how Epic gives out games. I usually talk about it every Thursday. I get tons of games that they just give you. And they're like yours to keep. From what or at least the ones that they give you on like GOG and the Epic Store, and like Microsoft, like they're yours to keep. So it's not even like you're losing them. So yeah, Prime is a heck of a value for me.
But a lot of times they don't. I mean, a lot of times the games that they're offering for Prime Gaming often don't impress me. There's a couple that are worth it.
Yeah.
But usually the ones that are worth it have also been free games like on Epic at some point.
Yep.
So it. Oh right, I'm supposed to.
I think it's more valuable to me because I haven't been a PC gamer all that long. So there's a lot of games that have been free on Epic that I've just not have a chance to get. But I made up the difference because where I think the value is, it's not the ones that they give you on their own launcher. It's the ones that they like give you for Xbox. Because I got, for example, whenever the Fallout series, like the TV series came out, they gave away pretty much all of the Fallout games on Xbox and on Microsoft Store for PC. So that was kind of awesome. And then I've got all of the, of course I didn't like it too much, but what is it, Bioshocks? I got all the Bioshocks from them. So every now and then there's not what I would call a banger, but like, you know, a last generation AAA game that's pretty good option. But I hear what you're saying. What you're saying has a lot of validity.
Yeah, like it's certainly not. It would be a perk that would be appreciated if I already had justified buying Prime, but it's not a perk that would ever really move the dial much for me.
Well, Prime also has families, so that's the other thing too. Is that I pay for the Prime, but you can have like I forget how many accounts you can have on your family. So like my wife has Prime because of it. My mom technically does, but they can't figure out how to order anything on their own anyway, so I end up ordering it for them. But I order a lot of things for my mom and dad still, so they'll call me and be like, hey, will you order some, I don't know, diesel stabilizer for my tractor? And I'm like, yeah, I will. That's a real story. I didn't make that up.
No escape. That makes sense. I believe it.
Or I just ordered something else. Oh, we've got to collaborate better on that line.
Yeah.
What did I just order from Mom? Headlights for her car. Because you can buy like the halogen ones for her car really easily, but they want to go LED. They're getting a little older anyway, but they want to go LED. So I ordered the LED replacements, and it was very lucrative. So
did you?
And I got delivered
headlight
for free
for them? That's really important too, isn't it?
No, you know, hers it's supposed to be good for you know, for 200,000 miles. So.
I think they should have leaned into this mechanic, introduced it earlier, and had more stuff like this.
Yeah. Though some people really don't like this, like, it has a name, like adaptive split screen or something is what it's called. Oh, can't follow you. I see.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to remember what game, like, did it and did it really
well. This
well.
would be trippy and disconcerting for a lot of players, but so much of the rest of the game has been just kind of felt like nothing burgers almost.
Yeah. Critical. Oh, it's on a time limit. Okay, open. Aha, that's right.
I think most of this game, similar to the last one, has been a sampler of different genres, which is fun.
I think that's kind of their thing.
Right.
So, like, they're trying to make an overall collaborative experience that every gamer has something they like.
Tripping me out.
Right.
Yep.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, if one half of the
disintegrate into the
there's
digital
two people that
void.
want to play together, like, I think it's really made for couples, especially these games.
Yeah.
Not that other people
Or
can't enjoy
siblings.
it. Yeah, couples, siblings, people that have some sort of relationship, and they're available for pairs where one half of the pair might not be a gamer. You know, similar to like what we have going on here. Oh,
I think I'd agree with that.
I already told you, stop pursuing the glitches.
So like it makes sense. The first one I think already did that, and so just having another sampler, this felt like a smaller variety of samples, and I don't know, not quite as impressive. But like this last part feels innovative and fresh and new, so I quite like it.
I don't know where I land on it because I agree with what you're saying, and it makes a lot of sense. I also think there's some level of like law of diminishing returns, where every game's gotten a little bit better, but when you go from It Takes Two to this, the improvement is little to none. Like I like so for example, my wife and I played It Takes Two. She didn't like that game at all. She really enjoyed this one. They're similar in a lot of ways. So I don't know how to define whatever that extra secret something was that made her like this one more, other than the Book of Love. She hated the Book of Love. So I don't know how to really define it.
It's a particular character that just got under her nerves. That makes sense.
Yeah. Well, I think this concept is interesting too. The mechanics are very similar on that sampler idea, but I think the characters are interesting in a different way. Like the concept of being two artists that get to go into their book is pretty cool and a lot more light. Well, even though they had darker themes, it's a little bit more lighthearted than, oh, I'm your parents and we're divorcing. So, like, there's that. Oh.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Hey, Angie.
Yeah, I think, like, this game has more polish than the previous one does. They did improve, but, you know, like, it wasn't as big of a change.
Yeah. I'm hoping they do really well because it's coming to Switch 2, and I think this is a very appropriate Switch title.
Yeah.
Especially the way that the Switch like prioritizes couch co-op. Like just yank the two Joy-Cons off and you've already got both players' controller right there. I think this is going to be very at home on the Switch.
Well, they also have talked about they've also talked about Oops.
I know. Oh my gosh. What were they talking about, you said?
bask in your twilight.
I thought I saw in their direct that they're introducing a feature where if you have multiple Switch devices, only one person needs to have the game, and you can still do couch co-op together on your own devices. Isn't that a new feature they're putting out?
For select games, you can do something like what the DS had, where you could like link play, but it's not for every game. Right now, based on what the Direct showed, right now it's only going to support like 3 games, but there's plans for a more. And the cool thing is that right now, most of those, at least the ones that were shown, are also reverse compatible. So if you have the game on Switch 2, you can also cast it to a Switch 1, which is cool, but we'll see how long they support that. Because after all, this is Nintendo we're talking about. Don't get me wrong, I want to like Nintendo too. I think you've probably gotten the impression that I can't stand that company. And that's not true.
Gripes about Nintendo.
I appreciate historic Nintendo. Modern Nintendo, I'm just like, what are we doing, guys? But I appreciate where Nintendo has brought the industry.
My universe is limitless.
Gravity's off! Use it to our advantage!
I think seeing that there were a lot of complaints about the high prices for Nintendo games going forward. And yet, even still, the Switch 2 sold out.
Yep.
I think it's going to send a lot of signals to the rest of the video games industry saying that the water might be safe to raise prices like this.
Oh, I definitely think it sets a precedent like that. I also think it could be a little bit of some marketing as well because, you know, it makes people feel the FOMO and feel like, oh man, I should have got that Switch 2. Now I'm missing out on something
Sold
really
out
cool.
Inventory, yeah.
Because I don't know that it sold out that well. Like pre-order sold out, but to me, pre-orders means, okay, we know that there's this much interest, so let's ramp up production. We've got the money already to go ahead and like wildly manufacture.
How many? Oh.
I'm on it!
Isn't this cool?
Interesting.
Wild stuff. Keep that up.
Thanks.
No problem.
This is going haywire.
Oh, that doesn't work.
Nope. You had a good thought though.
Thanks.
Do you see an end?
Oh.
A little help, Zoe? Leave it to me.
Oh.
Okay, it's the brown ones I can hit.
Stay out
only going to bust the ones that you need me to bust to get by. Because you can clearly parkour over some of them.
I'm a gamer.
That's right.
Keeping it cool.
Oh, yeah, you are on the Nintendo hype train right now.
That specifically looked like it was the end of a Mario level, the steps like that.
Well, I hope Nintendo doesn't find out. I bet they have it patented. Steps.
No, they'll talk about some random mechanic like, oh, you use the A button to jump? We're going to sue you for that.
They saved it as a whole after America bombed it. LOL. Those are my gripes, though. Holistically, it's gripes with the company. It's not so much gripes with the system. And the gripes I have with the current Switch are not the Switch's fault. It's just the oldest kid on the block. You know?
You got big.
I mean,
Or am I small?
it can't compete with everything else on the market right now because it came out, what, 8 years ago? So, you know, what you gonna do?
Is this helpful?
That is.
Oh, this is triggering a little nausea.
Oh no.
It's fine.
You know what to do, Greek boy.
Are you okay down there?
Oh.
In Mio, we
So
tried.
I noticed whenever we chatted about other games to play and everything, you didn't have much of a comment on Old Pal World. I know you'd love that game.
Really?
I actually did. Well, you'd like it as much as you like any survival crafting game, but it's pretty
I'm
good.
not big into survival crafting. Yay.
I'm not either, and I didn't stick with Pal World, but I actually did enjoy it.
Yeah, but to me it looks like Pal World as a survival crafting game is more about it's just the survival crafting loop, which is my least favorite part. Like, I'll endure the survival crafting of Subnautica for the sake that's me. For the sake of the exploration of the world, and like, it's a very fun, fascinating world to explore. Oh, I probably need to.
I said we gotta have some more momentum than that. Well, there's also like dungeons and bosses and collecting all the pals and like camp building. But yes, there's definitely the survival, don't starve, don't die loop.
Yeah, but like, there's not. I don't know. The world doesn't.
Let me erase this with you inside.
Like, Subnautica, the world intrigues me.
On it, on it.
Okay.
Pal World, you know, does.
That's fine.
Oh.
I liked it more than I thought it would.
Yeah,
but I totally understood. Oh, go, cool. The world is leaving me.
He's back.
What am I supposed to do with this?
Stop!
The whole thing moves, it looks like. Nice.
Oh, move back.
Now you're getting it.
There's a glitch above you.
Glitch.
Got it. Yeah, I don't like the game mechanic patent thing, though. I think it was a little scummy, which you know.
Yeah.
I don't like recanting on things that are allowed retroactively, which you know, we've chatted. I don't mind most of the other stuff they're doing. And the Switch, I wish it was $50 cheaper, but what you gonna do in this economy? I think it actually is worth what they're charging. Nintendo historically sells their consoles for a profit. They don't do what PlayStation and Xbox do and sell at a loss. So in that regard, I think it is worth what we're paying for it. The games are a harder sell. Like, it'd be one thing if they could explain why. Like, I don't mind the variable pricing model, but with like when Tears of the Kingdom came out, it was $10 more. It was $70. It was the first time we'd seen games really at $70, or one of the first times. And they did a whole direct explaining why the game was more money and all the development and everything that went into it. And we were fine with it. I was like, yeah, this game, honestly, that game probably deserved to be $100. It's a very solid title. But Mario Kart, I don't see anything in Mario Kart that shouldn't just be a part of whatever the next generation of Mario Kart is. I mean, it's been Oh my gosh, it's been 10 years since Mario Kart.
This'll do the trick.
Yeah,
I don't see anything in it.
I
Go
think
ahead,
that's
sorry.
just I just see inflation. You know, like I think
Attack!
Okay.
we've oh, geez, you're annoying. Little
I'm going to go ahead,
surprise
since we got
backdoor
distracted, and press you a little bit, just in the sense that I would agree if Donkey Kong Bonanza was also $80. Like a full, brand new, never been seen before, like, take on Donkey Kong. And it's 70, but, you know, a new version of a game we've seen a lot before, Mario Kart, is 80. I don't understand that.
Well, I think it's. I think you price according to value. There's two things you got to price, right? You price according to what people will pay, and price according to to cover your costs.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think in general the video game industry has not been raising prices for a long time, and
Yeah.
I mean, they can recoup that if they're able to get more sales than they used to, because their marginal costs are very low. So that's great. However,
Yeah.
if they're not recouping, if they're reaching a ceiling of how much quantity they can sell, then at a certain point they got to find other ways to.
We are so in sync, even with our deaths. Hey, Beer Fox, raising prices was bound to happen. Go ahead, continue, Peter.
So I don't know. Like I think cost of living is going up for everybody. That includes the devs. That also includes, you know, the people that run Nintendo.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like $70 today, $80 today, compared to how much is $80? How much is $60 worth in 2000 versus how much is $80 worth today? I think that $80 worth today is less than $60 in 2000.
Yeah, you're talking purchasing power, less purchasing power.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, if you adjust for inflation, we're actually still getting we're getting more game for less dollar, at least purchasing power, than back in 2000.
Okay. I agree with that until we add in the extra layer of, well, where's the discrepancy, though? Like, it's not like Nintendo's decided that all of their AAA Switch 2 games are going to be $80 and they've set a new standard. They're doing variable pricing. So now for me, what that says, if we're going to do variable, that's fine, but make it clear to the consumer, like, all right, I died, stay alive. Make it clear to the consumer why Mario Kart is worth 80, but Donkey Kong is worth 70, but Metroid is worth 70.
Now's our chance.
Like,
So
help me understand why they're worth different amounts.
I think they're pricing based off
AK
of
Max. Sorry, go ahead.
how much customers are going to value, more than they're pricing based off of how much cost it takes to produce a game.
I think some of that.
Which, you know, like, I think is the better pricing method.
Stop this! You understand nothing!
I think that is it. It seems a little grubby, but you're not wrong. There's not necessarily something wrong with them doing that, but it is basically that what that sounds like to me, it translates to me as the consumer, is we are going to charge you more because you love the game we made.
This is my creation.
Well,
Like,
put
that
it
feels
this
like
way.
punishment.
So, like, for example, I mean, we're talking about maybe one day. Life is crazy right now, so I kind of see this as on back burner. But it would be great to commission you to do video edits for Game of Favorites in the future, right?
Right, and I haven't pressed it because, like, I figured, like, the same thing, you know, whatever we can do, whenever. But go ahead.
Yeah. So we're expecting to choose a price for a video edit at the beginning of a project. Is like what we talked about.
Yep.
As opposed to if I paid you an hourly wage, then what that does is it incentivizes you to reduce costs where you can. Your biggest cost as the artist is going to be hours, right?
Yeah.
If you're able to get out a quality project in 8 hours, or you're able to get a quality project out in 16 hours, and it's just a question of how hard you work, like work twice as fast or not. Like you save yourself cost, and I don't see any savings in that cost, right?
Yeah.
And that's okay. So I think that's true in the gaming industry too. I don't care necessarily how much work they put in. I don't care how much it costs for them to make it. What I care about is this thing that you're offering me. How much is it worth to me? Is it worth $80? Yes? No? It doesn't matter. I mean, that's the question. How much did it cost them to make? I don't actually need to worry about that as long as I'm getting an $80 value game and I think it's worth $80.
Absolutely.
Same with you and me. Like if you're able to minimize your costs in terms of how many hours you can put in and it costs half as much for you, I don't expect to get a cut of that. I think you earned that cut of saving yourself time and money, and good job. Or if you if we discover that the value of the product that you make goes up and is more than I expect, then in my mind, like I'm more amenable to the idea of paying you more at that point. I don't care how much work you put in, I care how much value I get out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're basically talking economics 101. I agree with you on all the fundamental principles. Because I think that Nintendo sees, Mario Kart sold, the Switch 2 sold, so $80 is justifiable. People will pay it, so they will charge it. If they hadn't, if it had been more of like a Nintendo 3DS situation where it launched at one price and sales did really badly, and so like 3 months after the 3DS released, they knocked the price down $50, then that's what would have happened. They would have done exactly what they did, Oh, people aren't buying this. They don't value it that high, so we're dropping the price. All of your rationales are exactly right. You're 100% on. I just, as a consumer, I feel like it is punishing people for loving your game so much, like loving your game more than Donkey Kong, so they're going to value it more, so we're going to charge them more. When really it's just like, hey, we love and support your company, so you're going to charge us more because we love and support your company. It's more of a sentimental dilemma. It's not even like a matter of right or wrong or what they can do or can't do. You're 100% right on that.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Look, Dad,
I get that. I mean, I think like
I got published.
there are limits to how much you want to push the price up, but I don't think they're really pushing the price up a great deal if we look at the trend of game prices throughout history and adjust for inflation. Like we're still at a discount right now from what I can tell. I think like at the end of the day, if a game is worth $80 to the consumer, then they should buy it. And if it's not worth $80 to the consumer, they should not buy it. And on the flip side, like it's a for-profit company. It's not a charity. It's a company that's trying to turn a profit, and the people that work there are trying to earn a living. The owner is trying to grow wealth. Like those are the incentives at play. If it was a non-profit gaming company, I don't think those really exist at this point, except for maybe some
Wasn't that your suggestion? As a working title, not the
different
official
story.
title.
But I don't know. Like I think it's entirely fine for a game company or any company to put out a product offering into the market and say, hey, this is the price that we're offering this at, and for the market to respond and either judge, hey, that price is out of my reach and it's not worth $80 to me, so I won't buy it, or to say it is worth, and then see how many people make that decision. I remember like there's always so like the people that buy it are saying that this game is actually worth more than $80. It might be worth $120 to me, and so it's like actually a steal for me to get it at $80. There's other people that are like me that might say, that's really only worth maybe $40 to me, and so since it's priced at $80, I won't pick it up. The real I remember an econ professor that was saying, hey, the most ingenious scam you could come up with is how could you follow the demand curve perfectly and offer the same thing to multiple different people at specifically their highest price point that they would engage, and then get them to thank you for it. And he said there is one place where we do that. That's called college. We raise the price of college to like thousands of dollars per semester, And then we offer scholarships to specific individuals until it gets down to a point that they're willing to pay. And then the students are grateful that they get the pleasure of going to the college and getting the scholarships. So like, I think that's where prices are out of control.
I agree with that.
I don't think the video game industry has that.
Yeah, I don't know. Everything you're saying, I fundamentally agree with. I do. I mean, even if it's for only the reason of just it's sucky, it just kind of sucks. I still hold the idea that like that people love Nintendo. Nintendo is typically on the cheaper side for their consoles than the competitors. They put games and great experiences into the hands of kids and people everywhere, and they've been doing it for years and years and years. So yes, they are for profit, but there's also this other thing that they are for profit. That's the main thing. But there's this other thing that they are for the like the I don't want to say industry, but for the like I don't know, the experience, the community of gamers. And like I think about like when the price was announced, she tweeted that she can't afford to be a Nintendo girly anymore. And like that stinks. It's also kind of true. They're at a point where like you gotta really sell it at $450 for the Nintendo Switch 2, which I do think that system is worth that. A Steam Deck is cheaper, and Steam games are less expensive. So vote with your wallet in that sense. Like, but some people just don't know about the Steam Deck. Like the Nintendo is more mainstream.
I think that a Steam Deck is a fantastic, so value-based pricing. The Steam Deck is very helpful when applying that. Like a Steam Deck, depending on the model that you get, is a little bit cheaper. There are some models of the Steam Deck that I believe are a little bit more expensive, right? Depending on how big of a Steam Deck you get. So, all right, let's say that somebody is saying, hey, I want to get a handheld intensive gaming device, and let's say they've already predetermined that the Steam Deck is worth it for them. And for simplicity's sake, let's look at a model that is roughly the same price as the Switch. All right, so then what you can do, and in fact, like the Steam Deck might have been like when they were deciding the pricing for the Switch 2, they might have been looking at the Switch Deck behind closed doors as they were deciding the price, if they were using value-based pricing. What they could do is, did you want to switch?
We can. Yeah, well, I'm seeing you cut in and out a little bit, so I was like, let's see if there's something at the end of this, and then I can like close some things to try to get my computer to like your face a little better. We did it. I'm so proud of us. We did it. Already you look better. And I think you just leaned in and the camera focused, but now I can like click over here and pull you up the way I want to.
Yeah, it was good times. Yeah, all right. So value-based pricing, we also works for value-based purchasing, by the way. We can do the same logic and decide if we want to buy something. So as a consumer, let's assume that Peter, I'm going to talk about myself because that way I can make my own judgment calls, but like do this for yourself as we go. I've decided that a Steam Deck is worth it for me for what I want to do. But I'm considering, what if I got a Switch 2 instead? All right, well, what are the differences between the two? Something that I would lose if I get the Switch 2 is I don't get to bring my Steam library with me. So that's a cost that brings down the value of a Switch 2 for me. But on the other hand, a benefit that the Switch 2 does give me is it gives me access to to potentially buying games that I would never be able to buy on the Steam Deck. As a content creator, that especially is more enticing for me. The Switch 2, I don't know. Like what other material differences might we look at? It becomes really the question of those two. And like you can just start listing out differences. Like the Switch 2 is better on this point, and how much is it different? You know, like so for me, being able to bring my Steam library over isn't very important to me. Why? Because, you know, I can just play those games on my computer. So I don't know, that's like, that would maybe diminish it by like $10, $20 for me. Having access to other games, I think that's more important to me. That might be worth $40 to me. So like at this point, the Switch 2 is coming ahead in terms of how much value it delivers to me personally. So yeah, I don't know. Like you just start to make assessments about what are some differences. Now I'm drawing a blank. What other important differences are there between Steam Deck and Switch?
Well, my my humble opinion, I actually think the Switch is better, but the Switch 2 anyway. I outside of like cost sunk, like because the Switch, which K-Max is saying this in the chat too, that like the LCD is the cheaper one. There's also like their refurbished market, which I'm alluding to, and then there's total cost thing because the games we buy on Steam, even if they release at $80, they don't stay $80. Steam does sales all the time, and so it's like total cost. Yeah, you might save $50, or like on the Switch 2, for example, but then you're going to make up that difference buying software on that system. And so I'm talking total cost. But you're right, K-Max, that the LCD and then refurbished ones are the only ones that are actually cheaper. But no, I actually think it's better because it's a 1080p display. When you dock it, can go up to 4K. It's 4K 60. It's 1080p, 120 frame, HDR. It's got a couple little features like that I feel like just bring it into this generation that the Steam Deck just doesn't. The OLED is the highest refresh rate you can get in handheld. It's 90. It's 60 hertz handheld for the LCD, and then you can, if you connect it through a dock to an external monitor, well, you can crank it to whatever you can get out of it. Just like, I mean, it's a computer. So if you're playing BattleBlock Theater, you might be able to get 4K 120 out of it on a monitor, but you're not going to get that out of it if you're playing Resident Evil 4. Like you're just not getting that. So
yeah. So to me, like difference in graphics doesn't figure in terribly strong, but like to you, it might. You know, those might be differences that make the Switch worth more to you.
It's also lighter.
Yeah, how's
that's
the
a big one
battery
for me.
life? I think that would be an important to me.
Well, that's going to be interesting. Nintendo Switch's battery life is actually based off the Switch 1. It's really good, but it depends on the game you're playing. Breath of the Wild, you get like 2 to 3 hours. If you're playing, I don't know, Nintendo Switch Online, any of the like classic titles, you're probably looking at over 10 hours. It's pretty good. So we will see how good it is on the Switch 2, but probably better. It's the same thickness as the current Switch, and so I'm expecting to be lighter, but the screen is much bigger. It's pretty comparable to like the Steam Deck OLED size.
That is nice. I would like a slightly larger screen than what the Switch has. Although, like, at least with the Switch, if I play games on the Switch, I plan to stream them mostly, which means I'm going to be off of capture card. And so how big the screen is doesn't really matter to me. Honestly, the Steam Deck would be a terrible decision for me because I would never use it. you know?
It doesn't make sense for you, especially as a streamer. You're at your computer already. Now, for me, where I like streaming, but one of my things I've done the best at and that I really, really like is actually making YouTube videos. It made a lot of sense for me to cover it. And I wanted one just for like on the go. But to this day, like the best performing YouTube video that I have is me looking at the Steam Deck 1 year later, like in everything that I'd done with it over a year. So like it made a little bit of sense for me. And I'm probably going to be a Nintendo YouTuber after next month because I know that I can ride the Nintendo wave, and it probably is going to do pretty well for me, content-wise.
That's awesome. Yeah.
So these things make sense.
Yeah. Like, I get that it always feels bad to pay more for something that I was hoping to be less. I think, to me, the takeaway is, like, these sorts of conversations also came up with Monster Hunter Wilds when it was coming out, and it was pretty expensive, and then people, like, at launch especially, it had a lot of performance issues. I think as a consumer, it's like when we're going into the market and there's for-profit companies that are offering to sell us things, they are not there to defend our wallet. We are there to defend our wallet. So like making the smart decisions about what I want to purchase and what I don't, that really has to fall to us. We can't expect the company to do that for us. Sometimes making a decision that, hey, even though this is something that I think I would like, I can't buy all the video games in the world, so I'm going to choose this one. So I mean, like my video game budget is pretty small because I'm trying to. Uh, well, I mean, Jens and I have a pretty income with our career choices right now. That's fine.
Yeah.
You know, so I really only have two games that I'm looking at this year, and that is uh Destiny 2. No, it's not that. It's Slay the Spire 2 and Subnautica 2. Um, so Monster Hunter Wilds comes up. That looks like a lot of fun. Gives me a little FOMO that I can't play it, especially when my community loves it. And because of
Yeah.
how much my community love it, I started thinking more seriously about giving it a go. But ultimately, it isn't worth $80 to me.
Yeah.
I'm not a diehard fan of the Monster Hunter game. I think that it is a fantastic game and it's worth $80 to a lot of players. It is not worth $80 to me. So I
Yep.
won't be forking that over. And that's okay.
I feel that. To be fair with you, Mario Kart is also not worth $80 to me. The only reason I got it is because if you got the bundle, it was $500, so you saved $30. It is worth $50 to me. I'll do that.
Well, and for you as a streamer specifically, like
Yeah.
I look at the VTuber scene and see how like the VTubers that we know do a lot of collabs, which I think is really cool of them. And
Yeah.
it sounds exhausting, but I also kind of want to make room for more collabs in my life. It's just exhausting.
I 100% agree.
But like for a streamer, Party and Mario Kart are kind of really good staples to have available to be able to
Yep.
play. Like if you don't have those two games, it's going to prohibit you from being able to do a lot of collabs that other streamers want to do.
Yeah.
So, that makes Mario Kart more valuable to you, also more valuable to me. I just I don't know.
Well, it's a big cost sink for you. I wanted the Switch 2 anyway because I like
Yeah.
handheld gaming. And so that was a little bit easier. I have a YouTube channel where I like to cover tech, and that's the part of the content that I find really fun. And so there's a lot of value there. But this new Mario Kart, I could probably convince you to spend $50 to $80 on the game
Yeah.
because of that. But it's going to be hard for me to convince you to spend $500 to get the system.
Yeah, honestly, part of again, KMax, by the way, thank you for the year subscription.
Mhm.
Like it is weird timing to do a whole bunch of old Nintendo
I also
games
want to
when
thank KMax. Sorry, I'm interrupting you because
No, that's fine.
KMax. I'm trying to peer pressure him into playing Nintendo Switch Online games with me next month. Me on my Switch 2 because I'm going to be covering a lot of Switch 2 stuff next month, and he on his original Switch on our Tuesday pre-shows. So, thank you, KMax.
Yeah, like I am interested in the world of Nintendo games and how much use I would get out of it, especially given like the collab space and all of that. It would be nice. Although like collabs are so hard. I think that I am really picky with who I collab with because a lot of I want there are times when I've felt like I haven't been able to put on a good stream when I'm collabing with somebody because they were there mostly just to hang out and game together with me, which is nice and flattering. But I'm not when I'm streaming, I'm not there to game with the person I'm streaming with. I am there to do a stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, Donkey Kong Country, I can see that happening. But anyways, this is I am looking forward to kind of exploring the Nintendo world, maybe the retro side of it a little bit first. But could be fun. Could be fun.
That might have fixed it there. KMax.
I think it's a webby thing.
Yeah, I think I fixed it. I pulled us all over so we'd have like the full screen, and I think you were coming through the browser and also through audio output capture. So I think I fixed it.
I see. Yeah. That makes sense.
Complain about that. I want P-Tone. I would play Donkey Kong Country. Apparently, that's one of Father Evan's favorite games, so I'm interested in it. I even played the demo of Donkey Kong Country HD Return, and it was okay, but it is co-op. And if I'm not mistaken, Donkey Kong Country. I don't have my Switch in here to check for sure, but like the original one is available on Nintendo Switch Online, so that could work. That could work.
It could be fun. Yeah,
I suggested Legend of Zelda 4 Swords to him or something like that. Shoot, even the OG Mario Karts, you got those right now because you've got the NES one and that one's not that good, but the N64 Mario Kart's all right. And if you get a Switch 2, you'll have F-Zero and everything on the GameCube.
I think that after I play Ocarina of Time, we were playing through Tunic on stream,
Mm-hmm.
and I
That's a
enjoyed
good game.
Tunic. Yeah, it's a very good game. I
Mm-hmm.
enjoyed Tunic, except for the parts where I felt lost. I really hate feeling lost in video games, and I think Zelda games
Mm.
tend to leave you feeling lost and not always knowing exactly where to go sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And I end up in like a hard spot of, do I look up a guide or do I just wander?
I truthfully, and I could be wrong. I'm really interested to see how you end up taking to Ocarina of Time because
Hmm.
Ocarina of Time is the interesting one that many people consider the greatest game of all time. I am not in that camp. I didn't play it as a kid. I played it for the first time at 20. Well, I tried it for the first time at 25, and then I played it on the 3D, or then I tried it on the Switch, and it's bad on the Switch. Then I got it on the 3DS, and I got the furthest I ever got on the 3DS. It's actually not too bad, and I still didn't beat it. And now that I've put like 30 hours into the game, I think I can say that it is overrated. It's an overrated title.
I imagine it's. I probably won't fight you on saying it's overrated, but also that doesn't mean much coming from me.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
I'm
I'll
sure it
be
was
interested.
amazing when it came out. I'm sure it was groundbreaking. But to say that it's the best Zelda game is it like by 2025 standards. To say it is the best Zelda game is just absolute asinine. Like that doesn't make any sense at all.
How would you compare it to Link to the Past? That's the 2D top-down one, isn't it?
Um, I liked it better than Link to the Past, but I also don't love top downs that much.
Ah,
I didn't have a Game Boy or anything. I've just finally acquired a Game Boy Advance that I'm going to be my first Game Boy Advance ever. That I need to get. Sorry for your ears. Um, the Now I will say I like the isometric kind of thing better. So like the remakes of Link's Awakening, the Switch remake of that Game Boy game, I liked a lot. I enjoyed it a whole lot. So, but
interesting.
yeah, I like Ocarina better. I think Majora's Mask is better than Ocarina of Time, but I didn't like it that
Majora's
much
Mask
either.
just looks super confusing to me. Like if I'm nervous about getting lost in Ocarina, and I expect I'll get even more lost in Majora.
Oh my gosh, we are kindred spirits, KMax.
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
Like whoa. I Yeah, if you get lost in Majora's Mask, don't worry, you'll have a second chance because in 3 days the moon will hit the Earth and you'll lose and you'll get to start over.
Yeah, it sounds great. I love it.
The moon is really really cute to look at too, so you're gonna really like it. That's a fib, also. That is ugly
I've
moon.
seen the moon.
Now, if you get a chance, what games do you have for the Switch currently, like that are actual Switch titles?
I have Smash, and Yenza has Animal Crossing.
All right, I think Animal Crossing is the best game you have.
Yeah, but it's not for me. Like we did a Stardew Valley playthrough community night thing and hold on, let me see how many hours I put into Stardew.
Not a fan of Stardew.
Really?
Yeah,
Um
I don't like the clock.
oh, yeah, that's fair. The clock is a bit annoying. But, like
Yep.
the Stardew type of game, I feel like Stardew and Animal Crossing, even though there are differences for sure, it's the same genre of game, right? Would you disagree?
Yeah. Well, close. I think Stardew is like a farming sim. Um like it has extra pieces, but I'd say it's a farming sim. I would say Animal Crossing is a sandbox sim. Like it's more like slice of life. You just kind of exist. You can farm, but you don't really take care of your crops. You can do the stock exchange. Like you mostly are there to do Tom Nook's bidding. You wake up in the morning, you go to him because you owe him an immense debt, and he tells you what to do, and you do it. That's Animal Crossing. So get out of debt simulator. And it's incredible.
You said do Tom Nook's bidding and then you went out for me.
Oh, sorry. Basically, you just do whatever Tom Nook says. You wake up in the morning, you go to him because you owe him an immense debt, and
Mhm.
you do whatever he wants. And it is a get out of debt simulator, and it's
That
incredible. It's so good. So good.
That's how, I mean, at least there's a goal. I hate not having goals in video games. Minecraft
Yeah.
is really hard for me.
Well, and if you have a spending problem, you can pay off your debt to Tom Nook, and as soon as you do, he'll offer you an upgrade to your house or something, so you can go in more debt. And so you do it. But I did very good in the stock market. I would visit so I played it during 2020, and in 2020 there was this thing called the stock exchange, and oh, you're making a face that looks like I disappeared.
Yeah, I'm let me pull up my browser. My router, run a quick test cuz it's acting weird.
Good call. Well, while you can hear me, I did very well in the stock market. There was this thing called the stock exchange, or turnip exchange, and Nookazon in 2020 when everybody was playing it. And so I went to Nookazon and I would find items that I needed to add to my catalog to sell, and then I would get pretty good deals on from Daisy May and get my
Mhm.
turnips. I had a lot of turnips, and then I would go to other people's islands that were selling really well, and I would sell my turnips on their islands, and I became a billionaire. I have lots of bells. I did very, very good in the stock market. I only had
Good
one
to hear
day
it.
that upset me really bad because I didn't remember what day it was, and we rolled to Sunday, and I had an entire room, my basement, my entire basement in my house was full of turnips. If you don't sell the turnips by Sunday, they go bad, and you've lost the investment. I
Mm.
I messed up a lot of turnips, so and there was a lot of turnips. But yeah, it's a good
Yeah,
game. I want another one. I'm hoping we get a new Animal Crossing for the Switch too.
they probably will. A lot
I
of
agree with
people like that
K-Max.
game.
Yeah, Stardew is a lot like Harvest Moon or Story of Seasons. Um, yeah,
Yeah,
K-Max and
well,
I don't often agree in the chat. I like the
I
guy,
know.
and I think we would be very fine friends together. But it is very refreshing when
To
we
have
are kindred spiriting right now. Like this is really refreshing.
Right. So to me, these differences sound like, you know, like when people talk about Souls-like games and then Black Myth Wukong comes up and people say, well, Black Myth Wukong isn't really a Souls-like. And yes, I'll agree with that. But also from like if somebody who is not into Souls-likes comes into the room, for their
Mhm.
purposes, it's a Souls-like. And that's the
Sure.
kind of differences that I'm seeing in Stardew versus Animal Crossing versus Harvest Moon.
Mm.
Like, I'm sure they're important for
Yeah,
people that are in the genre, but to me as an outsider that didn't get hooked, they're not important.
yeah. The overarching genre that I think you're thinking of that they both definitely fit into is cozy sim. They're very
Yeah,
cozy. Um,
yeah. I mean,
mhm.
I think that there's got to be a more specific genre than that because it feels like they have more in common than, like, I don't know, Slime Rancher or Power Wash Simulator or Lawn Simulator.
Yeah.
um
Though I would say Power Wash Simulator and Lawn Mowing Simulator have a lot in common.
Yeah, those two, yeah, some of these games have like just it's all about doing the grind.
Yeah.
So weird.
I
Um
love Slime Rancher, by the way. That's a great game. Slime Rancher 2, but Slime Rancher 1 is
I
fine.
tried liking Slime Rancher and I also bounced off that. Stardew was better than Slime Rancher for me, but it's still no.
I have found the crux between us. Like that I know we're no Protestant and Catholic, but the real schism that I see here is that Peter likes to turn on a video game and like say, "All right, how can I not have fun today? I'm going to play that
I
one."
I do like to suffer in my video games and you like to have
I like
fun.
whimsy. My life is hard enough. I don't want to go to work again when I turn the switch on. I want to look at something bubbly and happy.
To steelman my taste in games a little bit, I like a challenge that interests me. Um
Okay.
like I like the satisfaction of beating a challenge in a video game, whether that's a puzzle, although sometimes my brain gets tired, or uh like a really humongous task like building a rocket in a factory game, or whether it's uh you know, a souls like game, you know, or a tough platformer like that. What I like is the game says, You think you can beat us? Bet. And then I get
Oh,
stuck and have to fight against it for a long time.
you just gave me a new level or a new thinking to my mind to describe how we are currently in 2025. That's better than Peter likes to play games for not fun. I think you enjoy games that make you turn your brain on. And
Mhm.
I am so tired, maybe that like burnout kind of mentality, but I like games right now that actually allow me to turn my brain off. Like I want to just kind of just mash buttons and platform and enjoy myself because I like a challenge, but I like my challenge in the form of a platformer or
Mhm.
something that's just like, okay, how can I hop a little bit of like physics stuff? I like puzzles, but I don't like puzzles all the time. So
Yeah.
I have to be in the mood for it.
It definitely changes depending like s- for me, having a challenging video game is important because, a lot of the behind the scenes stuff for me, I don't like there are things I can think about. I don't know. But behind the scenes work for me is mostly fairly mindless stuff like checking off this box and messages and, like just going through the routine. And there are, bigger.
Uh-oh, that's time I lost him. Yeah, K-Max, thank you so much for that while Peter's frozen out there. Um, at least I hope you can hear me through it at least. Yeah, we'll be starting in like 9 minutes or so. Hey, Peter, do you want to refresh stream together? Because you cut out for me also.
Yeah, let me try refreshing. Maybe
I'm going
that
to do
will
the
help.
same. Now my turn to refresh. Hopefully
All
that
right.
fixes some things.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's not my internet, although sometimes internet has problems.
I'll run my own speed test real quick too and just see.
Let me see. Like I didn't when I looked at the router, I didn't see anything. Um, so I'm a bit confused. I should start my stream though.
You
Should just
should, yeah. Especially if we're going to like hit the goal of starting on time, we are in a great spot to do it. I actually really enjoyed, maybe this is something we think about. I enjoyed rolling the credits, but I enjoyed like having this minute to just kind of chat and chill and get everything set up while
yeah.
we're getting ready for the real show. This has been really nice.
Yeah, that was good timing. Especially because we had gotten into a topic we
Yeah.
right as we were finishing the game.
This is why I think you're a great candidate on the web show because that's the kind. What we talked about right then is the kind of topic that I'd like to talk about. And also, I'm toying with the idea of going audio only for the web show.
Mm,
I was looking at
interesting.
analytics today, and I think the YouTube side of it is actually hurting my channel because I'm getting decent views, but I took a little deeper view in right now, and the retention on the web show videos are really bad right now. They used to be
Yeah.
better, but they're really bad, and so I think that's actually hurting the channel overall. And it's a good bit of work. I'd rather just kind of go live on Monday and then schedule the times throughout the week to just get into a Discord call or something and just record audio. So I'm toying with that idea.
Yeah, that makes
So
sense.
maybe even simpler.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I need to get better at I haven't I tried to over the weekend rip the audio from Game of Favorites and get it out onto podcast world so that people can like download it for their drive into work. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but hi Jack. Oh, I should join
Interesting.
live chat,
Yep.
but
It
I'm not
should
very
work too. I
consistent.
have it on. So let's see if it goes through.
Do to do do to do. I need to press the button. Where is the button? I have too many tabs. Let's get rid of all of these. First, you are first.
I like thinking games and non-thinking games. I have to like him as primary and RPG streamer though. Fair enough. I tried streaming a little bit as an in the RPG realm. I tried streaming a little bit of Oblivion KMax on Monday, and I actually am enjoying. I don't like Skyrim, but I'm actually enjoying Oblivion a fair bit. But I don't think I'm going to stream it. I think I'm just going to try to like chill with it. But I am about to play a lot of Kingdom Hearts, which is sometimes just smash buttons and hit things, but also with a lot of like thinking about where you have and haven't gone. So It's going to stretch me. It's going to be interesting. Hey, Mr. Balloons, glad you're here. Glad you could make it.
If Kingdom Hearts story and characters didn't make me roll my eyes back into their sockets, it would be a great game to stream for me.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah, it
can't get
would.
over the story and the characters. I can't. Trying
I have
really
this
hard.
I have this theory that Tony, your community for the most part, your community seems to really like Kingdom Hearts, and you
Hmm.
don't. So I'm gonna play almost exclusively Kingdom Hearts all month in hopes to steal your community. That's my plan.
Yeah, it could
No,
work. Mike, it's a
I
great
think our
strategy.
our community, I've not steal them, but our community right now is so overlapped. It's actually kind of cool.
It's pretty fun, yeah.
I like it.
Yeah. Kingdom Hearts was the first Foddy like. Yeah. uh,
Um,
Fire Jaguar Ignite. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that, bud.
Tiny House, to answer your question fully, I've been working really long hours, and I am a little bit of a performer in the way that I like to make things. Not really a perfectionist, but just like a performer. And so, with my long hours working and with just being an adult, I'm not happy with the level of quality and consistency that I'm making content, and that makes the whole shebang less fun for me.
Yeah.
And so, but the only way to really fix that is to press through, and then there's fun on the other side. Like, I didn't really want to stream yesterday, and was even more discouraged about Oblivion. But then I played Kingdom Hearts, and Father Evan came in, and he's a joy to be around when you're playing Kingdom Hearts. And then
Yeah.
we just had such a good experience that I found the fun in that really fast. And
It's
so,
really good.
yeah, that's
And
the long and the short of it, Tiny House.
you've also been meeting new people in the Kingdom Hearts world, which is awesome. Like,
Yeah.
that's what happened when I was playing Subnautica, and I loved that. Like, people coming in that were big
Mhm.
fans of the game, and I was exploring it and getting used to it. Like, that's a lot of fun.
Mhm.
Honestly, I still think about sometimes going back to Subnautica and how could I do that in a fun, special way.
Mhm.
Um, yeah.
Well, my clock says that if we start on time, we'll start in 3 minutes. Do you need a refill on a drink or a potty break or anything like that, Peter?
Hmm. The big question is, do I have a beer tonight?
Ooh,
Hmm.
alcohol and caffeine, just how we like it. I like my uppers with my downers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. It's very Catholic.
Oh yeah. Oh, wine. K-Max is right. Are you a wine drinker? Well, outside of the Eucharist, which we'll discuss tonight. But
um, no, wine doesn't do it for me usually.
I'm
Sometimes. I think it pairs
yeah,
well with different foods.
yeah.
Like a nice cup of wine can go well with a steak. Um, pairs well with pizza too. But no, I
That's
usually don't go
interesting.
for wine.
I agree. I think it's for me. I only really enjoy it if it's paired with the right food. But Mermaid, she loves wine. That's her preferred sipping drink of choice. It's okay. But I'd
Hmm.
just as soon have juice. Like, I find juice more pleasurable. Um. So yeah,
Yeah.
there's that. So also, you're welcome. Thank you for asking, Tiny House of Worship. I don't mind sharing it all. I like as much transparency as can be safe and make sense on the internet. I don't mind doing it. Go ahead. This is the part, everybody, where we fill the chat up with things that I was going to say don't like about Peter, but that's actually not what I want. We need to come up with something to really mess with Peter while he's gone. But I also need to run to the restroom and get more tea. So I'm probably going to leave us as well. So K-Max is in charge. Everybody listen to Big Brother K-Max. He is in charge. White Zinfandel is my choice of wine. I recently just so my wine tastes are changing. When I first started, Moscato was it, man. It was Moscato or bust. Moscato is too sweet for me now. But my wife brought home Sauvignon a bottle of Sauvignon Blanc. Not even a very expensive one. It was the lower calorie version, and it was when chilled. It was quite pleasant. It was quite pleasant. So might end this stream. I can afford a door dance for Pete Tony. He'll love that. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna run to the restroom and get some tea real quick. Before we come back and spill the tea, we're gonna be on time. We're gonna make good time tonight on the podcast, friends. BRB.
Oh, Webby's gone. Hi, chat. I've almost got enough points for Door Dance. No. Why don't I play like a little music while we're waiting? It makes sense that Webby would leave because he wants to start on time. Otherwise, I think he would have stayed here to babysit chat. That's a weird way to pronounce hooray. Oh, you know, that's just my accent. What do I need to do to convince you to spend those points on me the next time I'm on golf? Maybe if you do a door dance for Otto. What do you think, Otto? Would you buy votes for Melanie? I can be bribed. However, qualifier here, you're not able to use channel points during the rooting round or the hot seat round. They have to be in the anonymous rounds. For those, especially in like Webby's chat and people that have come in for the first time today, I host a comedy game show called Game of Favorites on Friday nights. Webby's been on a couple of times. He's a blast. Where I bring 4 people into a call. I give them questions. They give answers that I put up on the bottom of the screen, and then chat gets to vote on who the best. Oh yeah, I haven't updated that command yet. Whoops. You must be a moderator to do this. That's not true, Webby. Webby is a blast. Webby said I was in charge. Let me. But yes, so it's a fun time. So we're chit-chatting about that. I have been deceived. I also have a timer for tonight. Watch this, chat. Look at that. It's a little timer. I'm going up to Austin again, and I get to see Beer Fox. How fun!
I'm back. Sorry about that.
Welcome back.
I got distracted. My mother-in-law is over, and she
Oh.
works. I'll say this very quickly because I know we got to get started. She works for the federal government and like within forestries. Well, you know, I work in oil, so she was like, "You'll never believe what I saw, like hanging up at like the federal office today, or whenever it was." I was like, "What?" And it's my name and my phone number because I'm the contact for one of my wells is in the natural or one of the national forests, and so I'm the contact for it. It's just hanging up there.
That's
so anyway. I said, you ever sit down so quickly that you're like, well, I'm uncomfortable in every way imaginable right now?
Yeah.
Yep, that's me.
Yeah.
I have this like lumbar pillow that never is in the right spot either, or I'll sit down and it'll move my whole shirt. Anyway, very first world problems.
No, I get that. First world problems is where we are.
That's true.
I learned recently, maybe a history major can back this up. Recently, well, no, I learned this a while ago. First world refers to like Western powers, you know, like US and Britain and all that.
Because we come first.
Right. Second, this is it's Cold War terms. So first world was like the West. Second world was like Russia and North Korea, you know, like the communist powers. And then third world was everybody else, the undeveloped ones.
That puts things into a totally different perspective when you know that. Interesting.
So like, especially like the Cold War of worrying about who was going to shoot nuclear missiles at who, like there's people on the Democratic side that have missiles, there's people on the communist side that have missiles, and then there's people that don't have missiles for the most part. So that's 1, 2, and 3.
Wow. That's wow. Hey, Whittier.
Mr. Whittier.
Well, I am ready if you're ready, and we will make such good time tonight. I just know it. I also remembered to bring my Bible back here. Look at me being a good Christian.
Wow.
I know. Well, you know, most of the time I fall short. And
I would do that, but
that's
I
where that
don't want to
story
be
ends.
Protestant, so.
Oh, you hear that? He would bring his Bible around, but he doesn't want to be Protestant. Got it. That's what he meant. That's that feels like a very appropriate thing to do, because if you paid a little more attention to only Scripture, maybe you would be.
I made a joke on Twitter the other day. I said, guys, I found a Bible in my home. I have to turn it into the church so they can chain it up.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh, well, before we get started, I'm sorry. I'm getting a call from work. I'm ruining everything today.
No, that's fine. I'm glad it happened now.
I guess that's true. BRB.
All right. Well, while he's taking a call, Mr. Whittier, thanks for the redeeming promo stickers. Let me write your name down. Can you DM me your address, and then Jens and I will send you a little package of promo stickers. Where is promo stickers? Yeah, of course. Tiny House. I am Catholic, and Webby is he the I suppose Baptist, but he also like has his own perspective on things. So he doesn't agree with Baptists on everything. Um, he has some Armenian sympathies. Um, yeah, his position is going to be a little bit unique, but mostly he goes to a Baptist church. He also, a part of his backstory, which is helpful to know, he calls it his remodeling phase. Not too long ago, he was having a lot of doubts about his faith, and uh, and wrestled with it on a big level, and ultimately came out the other side believing. A big influence for him in that path is this book called "I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist." I have some qualms with it, as Webby knows, although on the whole, I think it's good. I think it is not as good as Mere Christianity. Um, there are some conclusions that they come to that I think are unfounded, and some arguments that I think take shortcuts. But that is a really good book that he agrees with mostly. I think that anything he disagrees with in that book will be pretty minor. Getting to listen from almost the beginning. Actually, from the beginning. How you doing, Crimsonite? Of course, Tiny House. What denomination are you? All right, I'm going to close that. Give me a second. Come, Holy Spirit. Hello. Non-denominational. I come from. Is that non-denomination? I come from a very interesting background. Non-denominational. Gotcha. Awesome. I'm not letting stuff get me down, like pulse being too high to give blood. Oh, and having to put a wrap on a window panel that was broken, but landlord will fix. Oh, geez. Hi, Angie. Welcome in. When are we playing the Arkham horror card game? Ooh. Have you guys connected with Abandon on that game by any chance? He's also a fan of that game. I watched him stream it once or twice, but was a bit confused about what was going on. And I mentioned that, and he explained a bunch, and it all went over my head. So I'll have to talk with Son of a Stoic. Son of a Stoic. That name rings a bell. Did he play Clock Tower with us? Abandon and I regularly chat about it. I love the nose fluid you are playing. The nose fluid you are playing. The nose flute. What? Oh, do you hear me breathing? I'm so confused. I was just in his stream chatting about it. Oh, awesome. He's watched a couple of Game of Favorite streams, and it requires quite a few. My nose is whistling? It is a little bit. Well, now I don't want that to come through on the podcast. That's embarrassing. There's no whistling. I didn't notice until it was pointed out. Maybe I go blow my nose. He's watched us. Oh, Son of a Stoic has watched a few Game of Favorite streams and watches quite a few of the Catholic YouTubers. It's very slight. Okay, well, I'm gonna go blow my nose.
Now it's my turn to entertain all of you, chat. Sorry about that. Got a call from work because we're pretty much done tomorrow, which is what I thought would happen. But I told Peter one of my goals was to get started on time tonight, and I've already messed it up. I think he was giving you some background already, though, on everything that happened, like how we kind of found ourselves doing this podcast. So I appreciate him doing that. If there's any questions he didn't ask or answer, let me know. Maybe I can fill in those gaps there. But I think he gave the denominational background and everything too. So great. Goals are meant to be missed. Yeah. Well, while he's gone, if you want to know why I just had to take a phone call, I work for an oil company, and it's like a contract company. And one of the operators that we check wells for hasn't paid my boss since November. And today was final notice finally. And so he just gave me the notice tomorrow to basically collect all of our stuff when I go through, and that's it. So that's why it took so long. It is very slight. I hear high-pitched noises and kept hearing something and was trying to figure out where it was coming from. Oh, are you still hearing that? Your nose is whistling? What? Do you still hear something? Do you hear like a humming or a whistle or anything, Peter?
I think the prevailing theory is that sometimes when I breathe in through my nose, it whistles a little bit. Just a tiny bit.
Yeah, we have matching microphones, kind of though. So sorry about that. I reckon I already told chat this, so I'll give you the short of it. But basically, they decided they want to leave wells on, so that was a call to say, hey, go through and collect all of our things tomorrow, but then we're done. And so, but it was long because it was like we have these things here, we have these things here, like that kind of list. So I apologize for that. I know I wanted us to start on time, and I have messed it up. But after tomorrow, my day should be very short. Yeah.
That's good and bad.
Yeah, good and bad. Well, that wasn't my boss. That was the other guy that works with me giving me the update. I think I'll get a call from my boss by the end of the week or whatnot, because I don't see how he can sustain both of us. That means the two of us have 4 wells in total to collect or to check. One person could do all of that. So
yeah.
Pretty easily. So we'll see what happens. I told him we'll part as friends. Just give me a heads up. Let me apply for other things, but I mean, we're fine. Because I was looking for a way to not do oil anyway, and I start a new position Thursday, so let's go. Yeah. So it's all going to be fine.
Okay. Wow.
Cool. That's because I brought my Bible.
That's right.
Protestant.
Bring your Bible, lose your job. It's like prosperity gospel, but backwards.
That's right. You want to be first, what you got to do.
That's right.
Well, I won't hold us up any longer. If you are ready, I'll start recording and bring us in, and we will let the showdown commence. If you're good.
All right, sounds good.
Good. I'll get it started in 5, 4, 3. Hey guys, and welcome back to the fight of the night. In this corner, it is the Protestant weighing in at a number that I just decided I didn't want to share on the internet. It's Webby Pumpkin. In that corner, at a number that I just am not privy to the knowledge of, it's P. Tony coming in for 2,000 years of Catholic tradition up against every bit of sass that a Protestant can bring. We're talking about the Eucharist tonight. It's going to be a great time. I didn't tell Peter I was going to bring in the episode like that because I like keeping it on his toes, We can't just do things the same all the time. That tradition, that's not the Protestant way. So anyway, hey Peter, how are you?
I wouldn't mind if we had an intro music and an outro music that we could play to bring us in and take us out. But
sing it right now. Intro music and go. I think that already exists.
It does.
I don't think we can use that one. I feel like I almost wanted to grab my guitar. There's not enough time, but do a very Reddit, country rockabilly, Webby and Peter going to tell you today, that kind of thing. And then I immediately decided that was a terrible idea and we should not. That's immediately yep.
I don't even know what genre of music would be fitting for this podcast.
Gregorian chant.
I mean,
that kind of feels right, actually.
Well, I do love Gregorian chant, but I don't know if every once in a while hearing a podcast that starts with Gregorian chant, it's not the artistic choice that I would make, I suppose. For me, Gregorian chant is a very chapel or worship or anchored thing that I don't really want to bring into other media. I'm very particular. I'm a snob with Gregorian chant. And if somebody doesn't do it right, according to what I believe is right, then it's wrong. I'm a gatekeeper in Gregorian chant. This is what I'm learning about myself right now and sharing with the world.
So, guys, if this is your first time listening to the Tangled Christianity podcast, if you couldn't tell, Peter is Catholic, and he and we get together. I'm Protestant. We get together every week live here at twitch.tv/WebbyPumpkin and twitch.tv/PTony to discuss our differences and our similarities. And I love doing it. We have a live chat that is with us that we communicate with a little bit. We save most of that to the end. But if you're listening back on Spotify, we're so glad you're here. If you want to catch a live show, 8 p.m. every Tuesday, would love to have you. And I bring that up because K-Max in the chat has a great suggestion, which is Gregorian techno. I think that is the middle ground here. See, the gatekeeping's coming out. He's not certain if that's a good idea or not. Can techno really be from Gregory? No, techno is from Georgina. Anyway, guys, tonight we are talking, it's kind of part 2 of a deeper discussion on whether or not Jesus is truly present or physically present, Protestant spin, in the Eucharist. If that, a lot of fancy words there. If you're not familiar with what the Eucharist is, communion, the Lord's Supper, it goes by a couple names. That's what we're talking about. If you haven't seen the last episode, go check that out because it's kind of the preface, the beginning of this. We're going to continue to dive in. Peter's got some answers and some rebuttals to a couple quick points that I made in the last episode, and that's kind of where we're going to dive in. You'll also notice a timer if you're watching the video over Peter. That's because we like to talk to each other, believe it or not. And sometimes we don't let you guys leave. We hold you hostage. We're going to do better about that moving forward in this podcast, trying to keep it closer to an hour. So that's what you have to expect tonight. If you're here in the live stream and you haven't listened to the last episode, you can stay. I mean, engagement, comment a little bit while you're here. But just fair warning, if you're like, hey, what are they talking about? It might be in the last episode. Peter, do you have anything to preface before we jump in? Any thoughts that you have there with it?
Um, I would say that I think generally speaking, yeah, listen to all of our past podcasts. I expect that at least with the notes that I prepared for tonight, um, you won't need a great deal of context from last conversation to get there because
Okay.
well, I was taking notes. You mentioned First Corinthians 11 23 to 26, um,
Mm-hmm.
and read it out, mentioned a brief part of it, and then moved on to your next verse because like you had a whole like inventory of verses that you referenced, which is great.
I
Um,
did.
so I started taking notes and I started at the top of the list and I just found, I don't know, a whole bunch of stuff in First Corinthians 11. And so
Yeah.
we'll be sticking there a lot longer than than is probably necessary. But like I thought there were interesting things we could talk about here regarding the Eucharist, and just diving deeper into First Corinthians 11. So I mean, uh, I think it'll be pretty easy to catch up pretty quickly because a lot of this will be not directly responding. Well, I don't know. It should be fine. You'll be fine, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Sounds
Cool.
good. Um, every bit of me, we're jabbing at each other. We actually love each other. We really do like each other. So that's the preface chat. But the very first thing I thought was, yeah, Peter, you stayed on that first verse because I made such good points later down the line. But that's probably not what actually happened because I don't know that I make good points.
Well, no, I think your points were fine.
Oh, well, thank you.
It's Yeah, no, it's interesting because I think you brought up First Corinthians as kind of a side point. The main thrust of your argument last week in our discussion was, is it okay to eat blood? Um,
Yeah.
uh, and I'm not going to get there. I'm happy to get there in future episodes. Just in my research, I didn't make it there today.
Yeah.
Because I think there's lots to talk about just with the first passage.
Yeah.
So good.
Well, how do you want to go about this? Do you want to recap that first passage and then let you jump in? One of my plans is to be more of a listener tonight than a speak. I mean, speak when necessary, but I don't want to talk so much that I rob you of like the time that you placed into your notes. And so, yeah, just steer the ship, whatever you're thinking.
Yeah, no, yeah, we're still figuring out our format.
Hmm.
I tried to prepare these notes to be bite-sized chunks because I am
Hmm.
interested in hearing. One thing that I didn't like about last week is I talked for a long time and then you talked for a long time, and there were a
Hmm.
lot of like little things um, that I think were interesting that we could have talked about, but never
Hmm.
came back up because we focused on other points. So
Yeah.
trying to be a bit more bite size and getting your reaction as we go, is interesting to me,
Okay.
um,
That
even
sounds
though it
great.
risks more tangents and
Yeah.
we more tangles.
Yeah, that's right. That's the whole premise. I am very open to that because I'm very happy to talk into my microphone as much as needed. What I just don't want to do is talk when I don't need to. So if you've got like a pause here for webby dramatic effect moments, that's when I'll interject. So
Sure. I
good
wrote a
deal.
script of what I want you to say, so I'll
Okay.
just send that over right now and you could just read
Oh,
off your lines when they come up.
got it. It's weird. You spelled in this first line, Catholicism is correct. I think you misspelled Protestantism. No.
Oops, did I do that? All right. First Corinthians 11. Let's dive in. Shall we?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Um, I'm going to start by reading 1 Corinthians 11, 23 to 26.
Okay,
This is the NIV translation for what it's worth.
perfect.
For I received from the Lord what I also passed on to you. The Lord Jesus, on the night he was betrayed, took bread, and when he had given thanks, he broke it and said, "This is my body, which is for you. Do this in remembrance of me." In the same way, after supper, he took the cup, saying, "This cup is the new covenant in my blood. Do this whenever you drink it in remembrance of me. For whenever you eat this bread and drink this cup, you proclaim the Lord's death until he comes."
Hmm.
Cool. Sweet. Um, and to recap a little bit, I think the primary thing that you gleaned from this passage was Paul refers to the Eucharist as bread.
Yep.
Correct?
Yeah, yes. And I view it as kind of like a starting point. Like I don't think there's enough there for me to fully see it, but it's a good starting point to entertain the idea that Paul, an inspired apostle, doesn't view this bread, or it he may also think that this bread is just bread and it's more symbolic, if you will. Yeah.
Gotcha. Huge. All right. Good. Sweet. So, seeing my own wall of text is more intimidating than I expected it to be. It's, oh, my mic is having problems. Do I sound weird to you?
You don't sound weird to me.
All right, I'm gonna replug my mic in.
Okay. For a second there, I decided that I was going to say something really like witty about Catholicism, but I realized that when Peter unplugs his microphone, it doesn't mean that he can't hear me. It just means that we can't hear him. So I was like, maybe not. Maybe that's not what I do. Webby is Robo now too. Interesting. Out of curiosity, anybody that's watching from twitch.tv/webbypumpkin from my URL, are you having audio, like strange audio things from my URL as well, or just Peter's URL? That can help us to decipher what's going on. You're back to normal, Webby. We still call it. It all sounds good on Webby's side. Okay. Good news, bad news situation here, Peter, is if it all sounds fine on my end, well, then it sounds fine in the recording. So that's good news. But we'd still want to, cater to your side. Yeah, Neko confirms here too. Peter, I currently have no audio from you anymore.
Did that do anything?
Yep, that fixed it. I hear you. Fantastic. Guys, did you remember that part where I said we do this podcast live? We do it live, and you're getting to experience it. These are some of the things that come with live.
That's right. All right, my preamble.
Okay.
I expect that we can agree on this. When Paul is speaking of the bread of the Eucharist, he is not talking about common bread. How do you feel about that?
I would desire a little bit of like defining what you mean by common, but in the like in the sense of like this isn't just bread off the street, like this is bread specifically intended for the purposes of the Eucharist / Lord's Supper. In that regard, yes, I completely agree.
Yeah. I think how special the bread is, like that's where we diverge. But I just wanted to like have a little common ground to say, we both see Paul talking about the bread of the Eucharist in very special terms. Like, cool, sweet. All right. The first thing I wanted to say, was my immediate reaction, but just written out again, and would love to get your reaction on it. If true presence is true, what language would we expect? Like speaking from the position of true presence. So I'm actually going to just read this text. So pardon my reader voice. But as mentioned before, as Catholics, we still affirm the symbolic side of the Eucharist. So if we see some passages that speak to true bodily presence, some passages that speak of spiritual presence, and some passages that speak to symbolic presence, that matches our theology. Note that in verses 27 to 32, Paul speaks with much stronger language again. If someone eats unworthily, they are, quote, profaning the body and blood of the Lord. And he speaks condemnation on anyone who eats without, quote, discerning the body. So what I'm trying to point out here is within the true presence theology, the true presence theory, if that is true, then we would expect this sort of language. Like it doesn't feel like it doesn't push us in an uncomfortable spot. Like I get how it can also support the spiritualist view, but from a true presence standpoint, like it really doesn't bother us. It doesn't feel
Yeah.
like it's dissuading us from our position. In fact, it completely lines up with what we would expect.
Yeah. I don't know if
Yeah.
you need a response from me on that. That
Yeah, no, I would
checks
love
out
one.
with what I think. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what I expect. It's just, on the counter side of that, it also lines up with the idea that it's spiritual, like a spiritual presence. I'm not even arguing for like, well, yes, symbolic, but like, you know, Christ is obviously a part of this, but just whether or not it's really his physical body. Um, I mean, I think this could also support. I can see how it can work with your worldview, but I also can see how it works with my worldview. And so
Right.
I guess we're in like a standoff in that sense. Yeah.
Yeah, like I
Yeah.
don't think that this passage, like noting that he uses the word bread here, I don't think proves the spiritual position or disproves the uh I don't really see it as evidence that I have to work against, because like it fits entirely with what I would expect as somebody who believes in true presence, is what I'm
Right.
trying to communicate.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, that's kind of all I need to do with it at the outset.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't see you needing to work against it any more than just the idea that I don't believe it reaffirms. It doesn't give any affirmation to a physical. I'm going to use physical and true a little interchangeably, just for the laymanality of it. Um, but I recognize that may not be like fully technically correct from a Catholic perspective. Um, so there's my disclaimer. It doesn't. I mean, it just to me, he says bread. Like I recognize that it doesn't like
mhm.
shake your belief that it's really the body of Christ. But what it certainly doesn't do is add any to my belief that it's the body of Christ. I hope
How
that
do
I
you
articulated that well. Go ahead.
how do you interact with right afterwards? His stronger language. He says that if someone eats unworthily, they're profaning the body and blood of the Lord, and then he also speaks condemnation on anyone who e- eats and drinks without discerning the body.
Um, do you mind giving me a verse reference so I can like look at that while I answer it?
Yeah, I've got so verse 29.
Thank you. Yeah, for those who eat or drink without discerning the body of Christ, eat and drink judgment on themselves. That is why many among you are weak and sick, and the number of you have fallen asleep. Uh, but if we were, I'm just going to keep going. If we were more discerning with regard to ourselves, we would not come under such judgment. Nevertheless, when we are judged in this way by the Lord, we are being disciplined so that we will not be finally condemned with the world. My general take here, to be completely honest with you, is that the Eucharist or the Lord's Supper is still serious. It's still, to
Mhm.
use. I mean, sacrament would be the language the Catholics would use, and others. I would use a different word just for the sake of difference here, and I would say ordinance. This is still something that's serious. This is still like
Yeah.
we are doing this in remembrance of Jesus. We are not coming to chow down on some bread. As a matter of fact, if you keep going down, Paul actually even instructs like, don't come to get full. Eat if you're anyone who is hungry should eat something at home so that when you
Mhm.
meet together, it may not result in judgment. And so this isn't a meal for like sustenance physically as much as it is something to align our conscience and reappeal to the sacrifice Christ made on the cross right there in a tangible way that we can be called back to that remembrance. In
Yeah.
that regard, I think it's completely normal, and it seems to check out that God in the early days of his church would reinforce that truth. So I mean, it can still be bread. It doesn't have to be Christ's actual body for God to permit people to fall ill or be sick or even to the point of death to reinforce this. In the same way, the person's name is now is slipping my mind, so I apologize for that. You may remember his name, but the husband and wife who sell off their land and in Acts, and they bring a portion of that money to Peter, like to the apostles, and say, "This is it. This is everything," and they lie. If you lie
Mhm.
about if you're actually giving everything today, you're probably not going to just fall out dead in front of the altar at the church or anything. But nevertheless, that is what Acts says happens. And so in this early day, God is establishing, he's establishing what is truth here. And one of the ways that he can reinforce that is people getting sick, people dying when they lie. Like this is actually, Peter's not just making this up. Paul's not just making this up. This is actually God's hand. And so that's how I would square that.
Yeah, no, I think you're spot on to say, like, I think both of us look at this and say, hey, if my position is true, then this sort of language that Paul uses is exactly what I would expect him to say, how I would expect him to speak, right? I don't think that this is a slam dunk against the spiritual position. I don't think this is a slam dunk against the true presence position. I think it really fits both of those positions remarkably well. And that's all. Great. Sweet. Sweet. Good. Common ground. We don't know.
Yeah. Well, I think I know, but
well, we disagree. Like, no, that's fine. Okay. I'm glad you bring up the stay at home if you're hungry thing, because I wanted to talk a little bit about context. This brings me back a little bit when I was doing my introduction, like first episodes when we were introducing ourselves, when I was talking about the Eucharist from a Catholic perspective and I was appealing to these verses, there was somebody in chat that was talking about the context of these verses. So this might be a response to him, although I think he's moved on. It's fine. Oh, whatever. All right. So context that I wanted to start with. If you read back, I'm not going to read all of this, but I'll just describe it. Well, unless we disagree on context, then I'm more than happy to read and then we can compare.
Okay.
But I suppose this starts like around verse 17 in chapter 11 is he's talking to the Corinthians and he's setting up some abuses. So ignoring the poor and gluttony right before the communion ceremony is the context that I see. Right before that Paul talks about. It appears that the Corinthians would eat together before celebrating the Lord's Supper. And when they ate together, there were some abuses. The rich ate a lot and even got drunk, while the poor got very little. And then they celebrated Eucharist together. That's feel like a fair... Is that like also how you see the context here?
Yeah, without rereading it, I think that's pretty much in line with what I would think. Yes.
Okay, sweet. All right. So going forward from there, this is kind of going over, I'm belaboring the point a little bit about bread. But so as Catholics, it continues to be natural for us to refer to the Eucharist as bread, even today, when there's an urgency to be clear about our theological position. You know, like today there's controversy, there's disagreement. And we will sometimes refer to the Eucharist as bread, even today. Given that Paul has just chastised them for gluttony, drunkenness, and neglecting their brother's nourishment, referring to the Eucharist as this bread can be a very natural way for him to refer to the Eucharist. Not only we recognize the appearances of bread in the Eucharist, and so we refer to it as bread, but also like we have this parallel of you have sins at the table, at the dinner table, and then we're talking about the Lord's table. So I see that parallel and offer that as like, it's not altogether surprising that he refers to the Eucharist as bread, especially since he goes on afterwards and uses stronger language to show how it's different than common bread. That goes back to my preamble a little bit. It's not just common bread, but there is that parallel. All right, that's all my context thought. How's I'm really going bite-sized because I don't want to miss your thoughts, but what do you think? Anything new in there?
No, not necessarily. I think contextually what I see happening here is Paul is making an appeal that, you know, this very societal class type thing, you know, rich people eat a lot, drink a lot, and poor people can't and whatnot, that you would probably see just at normal meals or anything anyway, in this time period. that is bad. There are some like indulgences or some abuses, to use the word you use, that are happening there. And then I see an appeal that Paul is making that the Eucharist is different from these meals. But I would take it one step into that. I think the way that Paul is describing it as different is that what they were doing before the Eucharist is like worldly living. It's fulfilling
Mhm.
themselves, not maybe fulfill is not the right word there. It's not it's emphasizing, I'll use that. It's emphasizing themselves rather than emphasizing Christ and his sacrifice. And so the the context of like right thinking or understanding like this is about remembering the sacrifice is, I think, the big change there that makes it common and uncommon. So I think we fundamentally agree.
Yeah.
It's just I don't think it being uncommon bread denotes that it's flesh.
Yeah, no, I
Mhm.
hear you. So this actually I wrote this in as an aside.
Okay.
I think what's interesting to me is like I think that the language that Paul uses here when he's responding to these abuses that happen at the Lord's Supper,
Mhm.
or right before the Lord's Supper, is how I read it. I think that there's other people that might imagine that some people were eating a lot of communion while not letting the poor eat any. And I think that's an odd reading. I could
Yeah.
see it. But, like, for example, at the end when he says, if anyone is hungry, let him eat at home, lest you come together
Mhm.
to be condemned. So, like, I don't think he's saying stop celebrating communion. I think he's saying eat on your own time. And then communion is something different. Maybe they were
Yeah.
being gluttonous with the bread of communion. That would be wild, but I don't know. I suppose
Yeah.
it is. Anyways, there's controversy today, as I mentioned, between spiritual presence and true presence. There is a disagreement here.
Mhm.
Um, and would that, I think many of us would appreciate it if Paul would just like address that controversy and clarify which position is right and which is not. That would make all of our lives much easier.
Yeah.
I um I don't think he does that in any clear terms. So I suppose my question is, I wonder if I don't see evidence that this controversy went back to Paul's time, is my point here. Like whatever they believed about the Eucharist, maybe they didn't see that distinction, and so that's why they weren't arguing about it. But
Yeah.
whatever the argument that we're having today, I don't think was an argument at the time that the New Testament was written.
I agree with you.
Cool. All right.
Yep.
Which is going to put us at a weird spot. Giant cat is being giant cat. Good job, Astrid.
Yeah, I think that the text, if it implies anything, it implies that uh, Paul didn't address this specifically one way or the other, because I don't think that he would have had the forethought or the understanding to think that this disagreement would even ever occur. Like he
Yeah.
wouldn't have known. So yeah, I think that's completely correct.
Yeah. Um, this is another aside. This is definitely a tangent. I want to put it out there, but I think it would probably be best discussed in a different podcast episode.
Okay.
Um, so, topic of sola fide,
Okay.
and how this passage might relate to that. Um, what is causing unworthiness and ultimately condemnation in this passage? Paul doesn't accuse the Corinthians of not believing. Paul doesn't accuse the Corinthians of not believing, but instead of gluttony, drunkenness, and neglect of the poor. These things lead to unworthily receiving, which explicitly incurs condemnation. Or put another way, this is speculative, but if I were to hear a preacher, Catholic or Protestant or Orthodox or anybody that was talking about, hey, if you sin before receiving communion, you're receiving condemnation, and don't repent before receiving communion, you are receiving condemnation onto yourself. I think there's um, a lot of Protestants that would say, hey, you're preaching a works-based salvation there, and I reject that. But Paul seems to talk about these sins mattering for like they can play into whether you're condemned or not. And I just wanted to like give you time to react to that, uh, and then mostly tie it up for another episode. But what do you think?
Give me a second to chew on that.
Yeah, of course. Chew.
I think in this particular instance, that what we're seeing here, or what the context seems to be suggesting, is that eating in a worthy manner is synonymous with displaying like a Christ-like attitude of caring for others and their needs first before any kind of. I'm gonna like sum up the things there as like selfishness. I know that's a broad stroke, but
Sure.
like to be worthy to partake with a right mind. This remembrance is to see others, those that are poor, with a Christ-like attitude, um, and to do the opposite of that, to persist in like selfishness or like this abhorrent behavior. It brings discipline of judgment, and so in that regard, I don't think that this is saying anything to the support of like a works-based salvation. I don't think that that's what's being said here. What I do think that it's saying is there's some support of being, I want to choose my words wisely, but being in a place of sanctification or seeking Christ likeness, and that being the place that you're at when you partake in communion. Like it's not something to be taken lightly. It is, I do this in my pursuit of Christ likeness, not in any pursuit of selfishness or irreverence. I think that I articulated that okay, but please feel free to like cross examine or like press back.
Yeah. No, I think there's more to talk about there, but I'm going to tie it up and leave it for later. Yeah, no, I think it's
Okay.
interesting. Like I'm wondering if like I think there's some understandings of sola fide that Catholics, well, I know Benedict mentioned this. Depending what we mean by sola fide, we can affirm the idea as long as like for me, if we talk about faith as including obedience, then
Yeah.
then yes, absolutely. However, obedience does mean action, right? Um, so I seen a relationship between actions and saving faith is very natural.
Yeah.
But
I see
yeah,
a relation that like your fruit, if you will, or like your actions, your obedience is a symptom of the faith. Like they don't get out of order, but if you have a true faith, then the natural thing that comes from that is a desire to, I mean, not to say that you just do it right, but a desire to live rightly. And that but that a desire to live rightly, or even a fulfillment of doing the right things, doesn't work the other way. It does not equal a saving faith. It's just a saving faith
sure.
produces those outcomes, but but working doesn't produce a saving faith, if that makes
Yeah,
sense.
Catholics agree with that. Like,
Yeah, I think that just seems like basic like Christian theology 101 though, Catholic or non-Catholic. That makes sense to me.
yeah, like I think, well, yeah, yeah, there's more to unpack, but I want to get back on track.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
All right. I wanted to. I've got two sections left on Corinthians. Unfortunately, they're the longest sections. So let me try to go through this faster. 1 Corinthians 10, 16 to 17. Just, a little bit earlier. Um, Paul says, the cup of blessing which we bless, is it not a participation in the blood of Christ? The bread which we break, is it not a participation in the body of Christ? Uh, I think this is a helpful passage because if we're going to be reading into Paul using the word bread,
Okay.
just a few paragraphs before, he
Mm-hmm.
says what he means by the bread and the cup. He says that the cup of blessing is a participation in the blood of Christ. He says the bread which we break is a participation in the body of Christ.
Mhm.
All right. So I went a little bit into the Greek. Participation here, it's interesting. I've seen different translations of this word, so I wanted to know what that word was. Participation here is the Greek word koinonia,
Okay.
which is actually related to Koine Greek, the type of Greek that the Bible is written in. That's fun.
Mhm.
It comes from the word common. It can also sometimes mean fellowship or communion. It's frequently used in the Bible to talk about the fellowship that all believers have together.
Mhm.
And so, I mean, like this is a theme that you see in a lot of Catholic reflections talking about the I mean, and I think Protestant reflections too. Like in communion, we also see how we unite with each other. So, and fittingly, like Paul here also will mention the unity of all believers because there is one bread. We who are many are one body, for we all partake of the one bread. Um, verses 20 and 21, Paul says, so he's talking about like idol worship and telling
Mhm.
Corinthians not to be part of idol worship. That's a good thing. Don't worship idols. Pro tip, kids, don't do that. He says, no, I imply that what pagans sacrifice, they offer to demons and not to God. I do not want you to be partners with demons. You cannot drink the cup of the Lord and the cup of demons. You cannot partake of the table of the Lord and the table of demons. In my translation, anyways.
Mhm.
Or I mean, not mine, but the one from Ignatius.
Right.
I did not translate the Bible. I wish. All right, so I'm going to set up a parallel here
Okay.
that I'm expecting that you might have an objection to, but I'm interested.
Okay.
All right. When sacrifices to demons are made, are demons truly present? Is there a, could we say, koinonia with the demons? Parallel that with when we partake in the Eucharist, Paul tells us there is a koinonia in the body of Christ and in the blood of Christ. Notice that he says body of Christ and blood of Christ specifically. He doesn't just
Mhm.
say Christ. So, are the body and blood of Christ truly present?
I think not, because I'm going to
Mm-hmm.
draw a little context from like the verses in between the ones that like you
Yeah, go for
cited.
it.
So when you look at 18, consider the people of Israel. Do not those who eat the sacrifices participate? So we have the same word here in the altar. Do I mean then that food sacrificed to an idol is anything, or that an idol is anything? No. But the sacrifices of pagans are offered to demons, not to God, and I do not want you to be participants with demons. I think that the participant part makes sense here, the communion, but just as the altar is not the same as the demon, the loaf or the bread need not necessarily also be the same as the body. I think that it is a parallel, and I think it is a parallel that supports the idea that it is it is an act like in a similar way that my metal band here is symbolic even of my marriage, but when I remove it, I am no less married. I'm still
True.
just as married. This is just symbolic of that. I don't see much of a difference. I think that is the parallel. I don't think that the parallel supports that Christ's body is physically present.
To press,
Please do.
yeah. What I see the parallel of like he is clearly drawing a parallel
Hmm.
between like you can be at the table of the Lord, you can be at the table of demons, and that part
Hmm.
is like very straightforward.
Yeah.
However, within that parallel, he also said he doesn't only say participation in the Lord, he also says the participation in the body of Christ, which could, if it was on its own, just mean participation in the body of believers, since the body of Christ is sometimes used to represent that. But he also
Sure.
says participation in the blood of Christ,
Hmm.
which I suppose could just mean participation in the sacrifice of Christ on the cross. But I think like it is just like evidence that I would put on the table to say it is striking that he sets up participation with demons and contrasts that with participation with the body and blood of Christ. And if it is true that if you can have a true participation with demons, if you're um for those that are not, I don't want to say you for
Mhm.
your sake or for chat's sake, but if someone can have a participation with demons, then and that is a true participation or fellowship or commonness with demons, then um, then then contrasting that with participation or fellowship or intimate connection with it, I threw in another translation there, I suppose. There, sorry. But
Okay.
with body and blood of Christ is striking to me, and I mean, I don't think it like overrides the spiritual presence idea, but I think it, like it fits. It certainly fits very nicely within the true presence idea.
I could see your argument, but I feel like a more one-to-one is not so much that that Paul is, um, I guess, juxtapositioning the body and blood with demons as much as he is juxtapositioning the body and blood. Uh, those two things could be separate just because he's quoting Jesus, because Jesus said body and blood. That's
Mhm.
reasonable, but he's juxtapositioning the body and blood to the altar. So one to one is participation with body, or sorry, with blood, participation with body, for flash forward participation with altar, and that a participation with the altar would be sacrifices made to demons. So I don't want you involved in this demonic version of sacrifice, when a different sacrifice, the sacrifice of Christ on the cross, involves you. And the way we remember that is through, just like the altar is not the sacrifice, the bread and the wine are not the body and the blood. They're not the sacrifice, but they do draw. They are connected. Like they do draw. They do draw. I don't want to use the word correlation, but they draw us to Christ, a remembrance of His sacrifice. In
Mhm.
that regard, in a one-to-one there, I think it makes complete sense that Paul would say body and blood, that quotes Jesus. And I also think it makes complete sense that body and blood are not bread and wine, just like, because the sacrifice is on the altar. Well, the body and the blood are the sacrifice, and the bread, if you will, is like our altar. It is in this one-to-one. It is our partaking in that sacrifice. But it is not Christ sacrificed again. It's not his body and blood again. I don't think. Or I don't
I
think it
mean,
supports that.
I don't think I've ever seen it compared to the altar. People talk about the bread as the body.
Mhm.
So I think that it could just represent the sacrifice. I can see that reading, but I don't think it would
Yeah.
ever be the altar. It would, like, it can represent the sacrifice or it can be the sacrifice. Um,
And I only say the altar in like a direct one-to-one, because the very next thing is those who eat sacrifices participate in the altar. And I would even be open to, like, this is NIV as well. I'd even be open to see if altar is just the word that's used here in NIV, or if we've got something else in a different translation. I'd be open to that. But but the meat of this argument here is just that it seems that the one to one is that body and blood are different from bread and wine, in a similar way that the sacrifice on the altar is different than the altar. Body and or bread and wine calls us to participate. There's our word, in the body and blood, and sacrifice. This other like demonic, if you will, demonic sacrifice causes us to participate in the altar, and that's the direct one-to-one that he says here. So, if the latter are different things, should not also the former? Like, if the sacrifice and the altar are not the same thing, the sacrifice was made and it is not equal to or the same thing as the altar, then should not also the body and blood be different from the bread and wine?
I'm sorry, I lost track of your thought there. To be fully honest, I minimized
That's fine.
chat because chat has a
Oh,
lot
you're
of
good.
got going on. I'm sorry, chat. Yeah,
No,
can
it's
you just
okay.
walk through that one more time? Draw out the parallel that you see.
I guess like the simplest form of it there is if we're holding on to that word participation. And
Sure.
so we see that participating in or so the cup or so the wine, I'm going to say the wine of thanksgiving is participation in the blood. Bread is participation in the body. And demonic sacrifice is participation in the altar. If demonic sacrifice is not the same thing as the altar, if we agree, maybe we agree, if we agree that the demonic sacrifice is not the same thing as the altar, then that same logic with participate in the middle, that same logic tracks to believe that the bread is not the same thing as the body, and the cup is not the same thing as the blood. If we're going to keep the same logic throughout. You
Yeah,
could still do that and say that the sacrifice is the altar. You could still keep the Catholic perspective, but yeah, sorry, I'm not letting you respond. Please respond. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I think like an idol sacrifice is going to have the entity you're sacrificing to, the sacrifice itself, and an altar, right? So like those are three components that will be there. And the sacrifice itself is going to be an animal that the participants, the worshipers, eat at the end.
Yep.
The wild thing in Christianity, whether this happens spiritually or whether it happens like with true presence idea, truly, is that we also have entity being sacrificed to, a sacrifice and an altar. The altar, well, and the Eucharist would be the Lord's table. The sacrifice would be the elements of communion,
Mm-hmm.
and it's being offered, and the entity being sacrificed to the person is the Father. On the cross, the altar is the cross.
Mm-hmm.
The sacrifice is the Lamb of God, Christ, and the entity being sacrificed to is the Father.
Okay.
So those are, I mean, like, I don't know. I think those elements are always going to be present in any sacrifice. Any sacrifice is going to have somebody that's being sacrificed to, something that is sacrificed, and we'll have an altar too, sure.
I'm fine with that. If we draw symbolism or parallels between what I think is clearly like a parallel there, like Passover, the Lord's Supper is during Passover. If we draw a Passover, if you will, parallel to the Eucharist, though, just like how the lamb that gets sacrificed and eaten for Passover, every single time that Passover comes around is not the lamb that was sacrificed and blood was and whose blood was put on the doorpost for the actual like Passover event. Likewise, like that lamb symbolizes the first lamb. The bread and the I like your smirk. I think this is going to be a good conversation. Mm-hmm. The bread and the wine are not the same thing as the body of Jesus and the blood of Jesus, but they call to remembrance and they symbolize, or they represent, if you will, they represent the actual body of Christ that was broken and the actual blood that was spilled out, but they are not that. That has already been. But please, I like your smirk. I feel like we're going to have a great conversation.
Well, this is like the perfect segue into the next section of notes that I have, but this is the longest one. So we're at a bit of a crossroads because we're out of time. So the question is, do we want to talk about anamnesis, or at least dive into the topic? And that's up to you. I'm down to do it, but I don't want to like abuse your schedule.
Well, I've already abused yours by having to start late. So I offered you a bit of abuse with the plan that we were going to do. We're going to do so much better next week.
All right. Chat, strap in. All right, here we go. So going back to 1 Corinthians 11.
Okay.
You didn't appeal to this word, but it's a common word that's appealed to for the spiritual view or the symbolist view. Which there might be subtle differences in those two views. Remembrance. Hold on, let me read it. Where is it? For I received from the Lord what I also delivered to you, that the Lord Jesus, on the night he was betrayed, took bread, and when he had given thanks, he broke it and said, "This is my body, which is for you. Do this in remembrance of me." In the same way, also the chalice after supper, saying, "This chalice is the new covenant in my blood. Do this as often as you drink it in remembrance of me." That word remembrance is often cited as like talking about how this isn't literal. This is Jesus saying, "Do this in remembrance of me," like
Right.
quoting Jesus here. The word remembrance. So I wanted to dive deeper into this word because I think this word is going to be stronger, potentially, at least in my view, for the true presence position.
Okay.
The word in Greek is anamnesis. This word only appears 4 times in the New Testament. Once is in 1 Corinthians 11:24. Another is 1 Corinthians 11:25. So we actually got 2 of them right there in that passage.
Yeah.
Another is Luke 22:19, which is the Last Supper.
Yeah.
And the last one is Hebrews 10:3, which is not directly talking about the Lord's Supper. I didn't write down the quote. I think it's talking about a remembrance of sin, something.
I happen to be reading through Hebrews right now, so I already have a little ribbon there. So 10:3 says specifically, well, there's 2. Okay, but those sacrifices are an annual reminder of sins. It is impossible for the blood of bulls and goats to take away sins. Therefore, when Christ came into the world, he said, "Sacrifice and offerings you did not desire, but a body you prepared." I'm going further than it actually went, but that's it.
Yeah.
It's basically in reference to Christ's sacrifice being once and for all, like, and not something that very interesting, actually. Once and for all, and not needing to repeat. Please continue.
Yeah, I that actually becomes a huge tension point here that I'm going to draw out. Specifically, the word in that passage that is anamnesis is the reminder of sin, or the you said annual something. For me, it's reminder. There is a
it's a reminder here.
Yeah. So interesting. Like so it's that is where it is, but don't have to go into Hebrews 10:3 right now.
Sorry, go ahead.
The parallel Jewish word, I looked up the pronunciation and I forgot it. So like I'm not a scholar. I'm really just doing surface level research here. So apologies. I'll probably get some things wrong here. Which is great. That just encourages you to research. Webby and Chad and myself and Astrid. She can research. All right. The parallel Jewish word is zikaron. And this can be memorial or commemoration. There are different zikarons out there. Like I was researching this and I saw that there's one for the Holocaust. But the most famous one is Passover. And as you mentioned, like I think most Christians are going to see really tight ties between Passover and the Lord's Supper. Diving a little bit into the Jewish understanding of zikaron, I think is important, especially since Paul was educated as a Jew. He was a devout Jew. So like when he uses the word anamnesis, if we all believe that that's his Greek parallel word for zikaron, then what is his understanding of anamnesis? What is the Jewish understanding? Of zikaron? What is the Jewish understanding of zikaron? One thing that Jews will stress about zikaron is that it's more than just remembering. There is an active participation in some way. And what that way is going to become where it gets more muddled. Fine. We love things that are muddled. I have seen Catholic apologists argue that the Jews believe that when they celebrate Passover, they are made present at the original Passover. I'm not going to say that's false, but I will say that I couldn't find something to support that. So I'm not going to use that. That seems, at least from the language that I was coming across, that seems to be stronger than what I see most Jews saying, which is fine. But they do assert that zikaron is more than just remembering. There is an active participation. I can skip this for time. So 3 elements to highlight with Zikaron. First, as I said, it's more than just remembering. It's an active participation. That's point number 1. And then the next 2 points are trying to flesh out what that active participation might mean. I'm going to offer 2 ideas. One fits very well with Protestant thought, actually. There are a lot of Jews that talk about how they personally and spiritually participate in Passover. So they will thank God for their own personal delivery from Egypt, which they inherited. They will also identify their own spiritual Egypts and pray for delivery from that.
Interesting.
Yeah. The other thing to highlight is liturgical participating. They sacrifice and eat a lamb every Passover. It might be a little bit different now in modern Judaism. I didn't explore that as much, but certainly in the time of Christ, when the temple is still there, there is a Passover lamb that is sacrificed and that the Jews participate in. So both Catholics and Protestants generally view the Eucharist as a succession of the anamnesis of Passover, but there's a tension in that view that we all have to grapple with. We all agree that, similar to Zikaron, anamnesis implies more than just memory, more than just recalling, but actual participation in the sacrifice of Christ. But in the New Testament, in the New Covenant, there is now only one sacrifice. So participating in that one sacrifice that happened on Calvary as a point in time becomes tricky. The Catholic answer is to say that that one sacrifice is made present again in the Eucharist. Or it's also can be expressed this way, perhaps we mystically are made present at the original sacrifice of Christ 2,000 years ago. Sometimes Catholics will talk about how we are transported back to Calvary mystically, outside of time. This preserves the idea that there is one sacrifice, and it also preserves the idea of anamnesis giving us an active participation in the sacrifice. But it takes a big leap of faith to believe that that one sacrifice is made truly present again. Like, straight up, that is the uncomfortable pill that I have to swallow. Right. It is a big leap of faith. Here's the Protestant answer, or a Protestant answer. There are Protestants that believe in true presence.
Right.
The Protestant answer is to say that the one sacrifice has already happened, and so we do not make present the sacrifice again. But we participate by entering into the effects of the sacrifice. We enter into the covenant, we receive salvation, we continue to be sanctified and, eschew sin in our lives. We enter into the effects. But this comes at the cost of accepting a more modest understanding of participating in that sacrifice. And when I say more modest, I don't mean more modest than Catholics, clearly. There's the Catholics have the radical view here. I also mean more modest than how the Jews see Zikaron, because they have this. They already had that spiritual entering in, but they also had an active liturgical entering in. And in the Protestant answer, they lose that active. They spiritualize that active liturgical entering in. They do not make an active sacrifice when they celebrate Eucharist.
Yeah.
So for me, granted, this is my own framing. So, go figure, it convinces me the way I want to be convinced. But for me, how do I choose between these two? Catholics end up with a more radical understanding of anamnesis, Zikaron, than the Jews. Protestants end up with a more modest understanding of anamnesis and Zikaron than the Jews. I don't expect New Testament theology to become more modest than Jewish theology. So if we can't have as meet the Jews where they're at with Zikaron, and we have to either go more radical or more modest, I expect that the New Testament means more radical.
Right. Though that expectation, well, let me start by saying I think that was a very clear and concise presentation of both viewpoints, and I really appreciate you for also including the parts that are less attractive to your case. Like you also said, well, this is beautiful, and well, this speaks to a Protestant worldview, and I see this. So I appreciate everything about how you just presented that. I want to start with that. Secondly, I also want to comment that the idea of being transported back into the moment of the sacrifice has a layer of beauty that I think is just so good. Now, at least in thought. So, I just think that is beautiful. I really do. That being said, I don't think that the overall Protestant approach actually has to be as modest as you are implying, because in that similar vein to the point that I made, that the lamb that is sacrificed for the zikaron, I don't know if I'm saying it right either, but that is
I'm
sacrificed
probably
each
not
year.
saying it right, to be honest.
We ask for forgiveness and grace, everyone listening. But the lamb that is sacrificed year after year is not the same lamb that was originally sacrificed for the actual like partaking of Passover, like the angel actually passing over the first
Right.
those houses and those firstborns. Then I view the bread and the wine as a representation of Christ's body that was actually broken and poured out, so that it is still an active participation in what Christ has said. This represents if there's mysticism at all, this represents the sacrifice that I am about to make, and now in our day has already been made, without being so radical that I need to ascribe that I am either taken back or that Christ's body is brought forward. One, but also not so modest as to think that I am not actively participating, because I am actually called in my remembrance to physically do something, to take bread and take wine and partake in it, and do it in with it representing Christ's body and Christ's blood, and do that in remembrance of the actual sacrifice, the one sacrifice for all that took place. I don't view that, if you're thinking about actually partaking in the representation, I don't actually view it as if you will, um I forget the word that you used, radical, and the other one. I
Modest.
don't Modest. Thank you. I almost said moderate. That's not it. Okay. I don't view it as modest as you presented. Perhaps some believe that way, but I don't think it's that modest. In my worldview, it seems to be just as um, strong, if you will, or as the Jewish sick roast. It seems to be almost on par, and so anything about it becoming more modest or less modest would just be, you know, how we presume that it would go. Like it would be more or less than Jewish tradition. But I also, maybe that doesn't matter, because for me, it seems to be about on par. And I apologize. You see me looking over to the side. You don't hear it, and the recording doesn't hear it. But Mel just caught a hat on my fishing game, and it was very loud, and I didn't know it was about to happen in my ears. So sorry about that. Anyway, I view it about the same. So
Yeah. Let me press. I love
please
to
do.
press.
Mhm.
um, yeah. Okay. So the dimension that I see the Protestant position to be more modest than the Jews is that
Mhm.
um, I agree that the Jews don't believe that they're offering the original lamb that was offered in Exodus.
Mhm.
I agree. Like the Jews are going to agree with that. I think we're all on the same page. However, the Jews are offering a sacrifice every Passover. Not the same lamb, but for them, like
Right.
it wasn't never about one true sacrifice. That's a Christian
Right.
idea, to say one true sacrifice.
Right.
For them, offering a new sacrifice every Passover is entirely appropriate. Like, for example, Hebrews 10:3 says that we didn't really dive into, but I'm going to allude to it
Uh huh.
maybe. Uh, maybe I'm misinterpreting it because I didn't read much into it, but the idea that sin continues to remain, and so they make an offering, a sacrifice for sin year after year after year, as
Right.
opposed to like that fits Jewish theology just fine, and so they have that active yearly sacrifice that they do. Um, with the Eucharist, we can't do that anymore because there is one true sacrifice. And so
Right.
when we celebrate communion, I mean, um, there is a physicality of in the Protestant understanding too of receiving bread and wine.
Right.
Um, however, that physicality, I don't. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think is seen as a sacrifice. It's seen as representing a sacrifice.
Right.
Whereas for the Jews, they see what they're doing as a sacrifice. And for the Catholics, we see what we're doing as entering into that one true sacrifice.
Right.
So the spiritual position is no longer able to offer a sacrifice as um, at their celebration.
Right. And I agree with you. I just believe that it doesn't have to, because I mean I'm diving into Hebrews 10 as well, but I mean the way that Christianity in a way is more radical, to like use that term, than Judaism is that we fully rely on the sacrifice that has already taken place. And
Mhm.
so we don't need to re-sacrifice. All we really need to do is to actively partake. We are partaking something in a remembrance, and a all we need to do, like the thing that's different from the Jews is that it's not another sacrifice. I think that's what Hebrews is saying. We're not sacrificing again, otherwise we, like if that was a once and for all, we, I think Hebrews says like they wouldn't have felt guilty or something. But not saying, Catholics and guilt, but not saying we won't feel guilty, but I am saying that an actual
Mm.
repeat of the sacrifice doesn't need to actually take place for it to be valid. And that's the radical thing, is that Christ's sacrifice, while represented here, is sufficient throughout all of time. It's done.
So to clarify, we don't believe we're repeating the sacrifice. Like I
I
think it would
know.
be more accurate to say we represent the sacrifice.
Right.
But that is also like the crux of how I see the Protestant claim as more modest. Like I agree that the new covenant is more radical than the old covenant. So the spiritual participation is more radical than the Jewish participation on a
Yeah.
spiritual level. Great, cool. Catholics also have that. Great. But in terms of the liturgical act of offering a sacrifice to God, um, the the spiritual position is offering no sacrifice at this point, which is uh, I don't think it completely violates the text, but given that we are told to do something in anamnesis, which seems to be tied to zikaron, it is
Hmm.
just a bit surprising um,
Yeah.
to me.
Well, and there's a little bit of like contention, not really contention, but on tying amnesis to Zechariah, because I do
Is there?
understand it. Well, I do understand it, but also it is a different word. So it it implies enough to me that like it may not ever have to be exactly the same thing, but that it is like this. Saying more I don't know, more simile than, I don't can't think of the other word, but it doesn't have to be equal to, but it's similar to.
I can grant that. I mean, like one of
Yeah.
the things that made me confident to make that link is that when I was looking up, for example, I looked up Strong's Concordance and what he had to
Mhm.
say about anamnesis, because like I was getting from Catholic sources that anamnesis is related to zikaron,
Right.
and when I looked up Strong, it also said it's related to
Yeah.
zikaron. So I mean, you maybe, but I don't see many theologians that are arguing that perspective. Maybe it's the true
Yeah.
perspective.
Well, and y'all, and the in the spirit of all fairness too, you actually gave me both of these words beforehand, which I really appreciate you for. Like you gave me kind of an idea, and And I agree that the two words are linked too. I'm not saying that they are not connected at all. I just do have to give a little bit of credence to the idea that it is a different word. And
Sure.
so, but I completely agree. I agree that they are connected. At the very least, they are highly similar. Maybe not
Yeah.
exactly the same. So I completely agree.
So I so what I'll push on is, if we're going to insist that there are differences that we need to push brakes on, what justifies us choosing to push brakes on? Because I'll contest that if the
Okay.
only reason that we're pushing brakes is because this is a radical leap of faith, um, then that doesn't seem appropriate to me, especially since the bread of life discourse in John 6 shows that there are people that did leave following Jesus over what seems to be bread of life, right?
Yeah.
So um, if it is just a leap of faith problem of, well, I don't think God would do that, then like, and I don't see Paul, I don't see Peter, I don't see Jesus pushing brakes on the similarities here between Passover and Lord's Supper. I see
Hmm.
us after the fact saying, well, we will push the brakes.
Yeah.
And I I mean, if the people, well, I mean, if the early church fathers had pushed the brakes, I'd be on board with that. But I
Right.
also don't see them pushing the brakes. Like, I don't see anybody pushing the brakes outside of the Docetists, and then eventually like Calvin and Zwingli 1500 years later. And so
Yeah.
that makes me feel very leery of the idea of, well, we should push the brakes on these parallels. We should push the brakes on true presence. I just don't see anybody doing that, except for us after the fact.
Yeah. I I would only like press back a little bit that I don't see this as a push the brake moment. I am, for the sake of like thinking it fully through, positing that this is a different word, but I also, concede that they are connected. For me, I don't actually think I need to push the brakes even if we say they're completely connected. I still think the representation of bread and wine, or bread and wine being a representation of Christ's one sacrifice, is sufficient to is sufficient to communicate or accomplish that. So I don't even need a brake push. I can even step it back. I think it's still sufficient, and it works.
I'll grant that I believe that if God wanted to set it up that way, he could.
Hmm.
I think
Yeah.
that either of these models can work. Um, the question is, which model did he set up? you
Yeah.
know,
And
um,
we'll get into this, but like that does get interesting because obviously transubstantiation isn't the word that we're going to find with the early church fathers. And I'm not this silly Protestant that's going to be like, well, they don't say transubstantiation. I recognize that we don't get that until like medieval times, like what, 12th or 13th century, something like that. That's a pretty big leap, though. That's a little bit of time. And so I'm positing that I just what does it seem is apparent from what we have that the apostles wrote was just my whole thing here. And I'm not convinced from what the apostles wrote that true presence equals physical presence. I am convinced that it's to be taken seriously. It's to be done in a Christ-like manner, and we see Paul laying out in 1 Corinthians 11 that we saw. We see Paul laying out some ways that practically works.
mhm.
Practical is not the right word I want to use there, but that is like logistical, like how that actually looks. Um, I see all that, but I don't see enough to say to for me to be convinced that even the apostles thought thought it was really his body, and not representative.
uh, I have two thoughts.
Okay.
And then I'm going to stop sharing thoughts, even if you say something that makes me have more thoughts.
All right. And we'll have a
um,
part 3 because I will say this has been one of my most favorite conversations about our Eucharist topic. I've really enjoyed tonight.
I think that this format is really good. Like, I think
I
if
agree.
I prepare research and then have spots for you to enter in and interact with it, and on other days, if you have research and give me opportunities to interact, I think that's going to give us a lot more
Yeah. I feel like we're
ability to
almost
chew on
doing
things.
I feel like we're almost doing just a Bible study together rather than rather than, well, certainly not a debate, but even more than a dialogue. I feel like if the cameras were off and we were just having this discussion like at a coffee shop together, this is how I would perceive it would go, and it's
Yeah.
really lovely. Yeah.
Well, we should get coffee together one day. That'd be fun.
All right.
All right. So two things. I think what's tricky about saying what is a parent is some of the things that we believe in faith are radical. I mean, the Trinity. We're used to the Trinity, but
Yeah.
the Trinity is radical. It's tremendously wild. The incarnation is radical and tremendously wild, which is part of the early heresies that we see in the church have to do with the Trinity and the incarnation,
Yeah.
like very natural. So um I'm afraid that in seeking what is apparent, we might end up just saying, well, what is reasonable? And I don't and I think that might be the wrong heuristic to sometimes use, because
Yeah.
sometimes the Bible, like the faith that we receive from the apostles and from Christ, asks us to believe things that are not reasonable. They are radical. Not
Yeah.
to say they're irrational, but they're not
Right.
reasonable. They're not like they fit nicely within our ecosystem.
Right.
We are told to get out of our thoughts and to believe something that only God can do. I mean, a man died and came back to life of his own accord. That
Yeah.
is why we know he's God. No one can do that
Yeah.
but God alone. The second point is a bit lost, so I guess we'll save it for another time.
That's
That's
fine.
all my thoughts.
Yeah,
It's all you.
well, I don't think this will even bring up more thoughts from you, but I agree. Though I like that you made the distinction between what is reasonable and what is rational. Maybe that's a good distinction to make because, you know, the Bible doesn't say the word Trinity. The Bible doesn't say like monotheism either, But I do think that
Mhm.
the Bible clearly points to a monotheistic God, and I think it also clearly points to these three, like, this is where it gets hard because I'm about to try to like lightly say the Trinity, but the Trinity is so complex. So no heresy intended, but like these three um manifestations of like all of God's character, but and all of these, the way that God, this is a safe way to say it, the way that God reveals himself to us is in these three ways. And they are all God. And so already Peter's heresy brain is going on.
If
A
that
spoonful of
could
grace with
be,
that.
yeah, sure. I mean, depending on who's talking, that could be modalism.
Yeah, but I don't mean it as modalism. I
Yeah.
don't view them as three separates. They are all God. But the in that regard, like, I think that that is kind of clearly apparent from scripture as well. It's what is hard to rationalize. Like maybe it's even rational, but it is hard to reason because it is not anything like anything else that we have experience with. Like it is completely outside of what we know. But I do think that the Bible doesn't have to say the word Trinity to see
Sure.
that we serve a monotheistic Trinitarian God, like that we see that. I think that that's all throughout Scripture. So I don't know. In that regard, like it is rational, and I think you can rationalize it from Scripture.
Have you come
But
across the idea? This is just a thermometer
okay,
question. Have you come across the word perspicuity of the Bible?
no, I don't think I have.
Um,
Perspicuity.
yeah, it's the idea that perspicuity means clearness or apparentness, perhaps. The idea that if
Okay,
somebody is being honest with themselves and picks up the Bible, then the Bible is written in a way where the true faith is readily apparent to anybody who picks it up,
okay.
without any instruction. Like it just
Mm.
you can learn the faith from the Bible itself. Um, uh, I think sola scriptura, a Catholic argument is that sola scriptura necessitates that the Bible is perspicuous, Because if you're not accepting anybody else to interpret the Bible for you, that means the Bible needs to be perspicuous on its own. It needs to be readily apparent for anybody who's at least being honest with themselves and before God to come to the right understanding. And a Catholic contention would be that, well, if you just look at the radically different belief systems out there, there's parts of the Bible that we all agree on, and we could say those parts are perspicuous, but there's also things like, once saved, always saved. There's also things like double predestination that many people who, maybe we just say that whoever disagrees with our stance is just being dishonest with themselves, or maybe we're the ones being dishonest with ourselves. But there does seem to be a wide range of thought about what the Bible is supposed to be for something that is perhaps necessarily, according to Sola Scriptura, prescriptuous. Now I lost the word. I don't know how to say it anymore.
I agree with this idea of perspicuity of the Bible, with a couple of sizable asterisks, because I do think some other understanding about what the Bible is contextually is necessary to properly understand it. I fully think that you can find the purpose of the gospel and the saving sacrifice of Christ pretty clearly. Some other things not so much, but I do think that the Bible, or that the gospel, is clear. Like, to be saved, Jesus. Now, some arguments around like what else that entails, but like, Jesus is the only way. Like, it's verbatim. I am the only way to the Father. No one comes except through me. And so it's very clear. But outside of that, like having a more thorough or a better understanding of the Bible, I don't think that it works like that. One, I think it's important to I think you'll agree. It's important to recognize that I do believe that the Bible was written for us. This is the popular way to say it, but it's written for us, but it is not written to us. It's important to recognize that the book in my hands is a collection of a lot of things that are all translations. And so it is not written in this language that I'm speaking. It's written it's written to people that lived in a different time with different values, with different understandings, and a different language. And I need a little help. I need a little help to understand that, just like I would need a little help to understand properly something that was maybe written in Spanish, or like so at the school or the first or the second college that I went to, we had an English as a second language institute type thing. This little anecdote, and something that changed my life forever was a good friend of mine who natively spoke Portuguese. He was learning English, and something he struggled with so much were idioms, and every language has them.
Oh yeah.
And so like he was like, he told me the way he described it, he said it blew up my brain. It blew up my brain the first time he heard the phrase, the first time he heard the phrase "under the weather." You and I immediately know that means someone feels ill, but that is not what that phrase says. And so I use that as my example to like recognize that I don't speak Greek and I don't speak Aramaic and Hebrew. And so I need a little help from people who do. Now, does that have to be the church fathers and the magisterium? No, because what I'm really appealing to here is a little more scholarly than that. It's just an understanding of that language, a better understanding of Greek. I'll appeal to you. I don't see a problem with you being Catholic for me to appeal to a better understanding that you have of Greek because of because of no, you're good, because of a very valuable opportunity that I think you had to be able to study Greek. So I'll appeal to that. I don't have a problem with that. That doesn't sit in my mind opposed to the idea that with a proper understanding of Scripture, it is all that we need. But I don't think the proper understanding has to be what the papacy tells us, as much as it's just properly reading what is there.
Would it be accurate to say that you would say certain truths that the Bible communicates to us are apparent,
Yeah.
I'm going to say apparent instead of perspicuous.
Yeah.
Certain truths are apparent, other
Mhm.
truths are not. Or I think like a Protestant phrase that you'll come across is the this says a little bit more than that. The plain things are the main things, and the main things are the plain things. Is something that
Yeah.
some people say. Although that asserts something that asserts
Yeah.
that if it's plain, it's main, and if it's main, it's plain. I
Yeah.
don't. I mean,
I
that's an
wouldn't use that.
assumption.
Yeah. I understand what they're trying to convey, but I probably wouldn't use that. Yeah, I think the Bible has three things. It has things that are clear or perspicuous. I don't know if that's the right way to
Uh-huh.
say it. It has things that are clear, it has things that are less clear, and it has things that are mystery. And those that are mystery, um,
Which one is the Eucharist? Sorry, I'm interjecting.
oh, that's great. I actually think that the Eucharist is middle. I don't think it's that mysterious. Um, I think the things
Oh.
that are, well, not mysterious in the sense that it's not, that almost implies or holds a connotation that I don't think that it's valuable or important or special. That's
No,
not
no,
what I'm implying.
you're saying that it's going to take more work to see what Scripture is saying, but it is something that the Bible speaks to.
Yes.
True presence versus spiritual presence.
I currently on on today, April 29th, of the 220 or 2025th year of our Lord. That is what I think. Let that hold. Because I'm learning. That was the point of the point of this journey. But that is what I think. I do think that there is an answer there. The things that are more mysterious, uh, I think, are the things that I don't have answers for. Like Christ tells us, or the Bible tells us, this thing happened, and maybe I don't understand why. Like, so one of these things, for example, is I don't necessarily get from the Bible an understanding of why God allows some to live and some to die, and some fall under the ban. And I'm actually going to send my people in to kill every man, woman, child, and livestock, and some I'm going to save and permit and call out. I don't have an understanding as to like why. I mean, a little bit. Nineveh repents. We get a little bit of that story, but like how we have, on a broad point, how we have the Ninevites and we have like the Sodoms and the Gomorrahs and things like that. That is all. The way that I rationalize that is that we are all God's creations, and He is able to do with us as He pleases. We are His. And that, so that's how I rationalize that. But that's a poor, unprepared example of like the mystery, and something that I've struggled with when thinking or contemplating whether or not God is actually good. He
Sure.
is.
Problem of
Um,
evil.
yeah. So that's
Yeah.
that's what I mean. The only way, and probably of evil classically goes into the only way we know what is good is because we have this moral objective standard. So anyway, that's for another day.
Yeah. But we're too much on the same page. I don't know if we can have a lively conversation about that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I am biting my tongue because I have more
Same.
questions to poke you with, and yeah, you do too. So,
Yeah, and I
um,
love it. That's why it's so easy to keep talking. Is I love this stuff.
all right. Well, we'll talk offline because I only touched like the first passage that you quoted, and we got all
Yeah.
of this out of it.
And I gave
The
you
next
this
one-
many passages.
Yeah.
There's another page.
The next one, I have an outline for my notes. I haven't taken the notes, but it's much shorter. I promise.
All right.
I think it's the Acts one. I only have a couple
Acts
things
15.
to say on that.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Maybe we hand it off to you, or maybe we continue with my notes. I'm open to either. Is there anything we can take? Like a couple quick questions from chat. What do you think? Because we're over time.
Yep. I'm happy with that. Yep. Chat, lay it on us. And
there was.
Go ahead. I was going to say, Spotify listeners, if you want to ask questions, put them in the comments. We haven't had any comments in a while, or show up to a live show.
Asotokos asks, what denomination is Webby?
Right now, I'm holding to Southern Baptist, though I do have a little point of difference with two of the articles of faith. So, like, I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the general thing. But right now, I don't fit the mold perfectly, but I haven't found a mold that I fit better.
Michael is a Lutheran. How fun. I collect denominations.
Oh, cool.
So glad to meet you, Michael.
I've only ever met one Lutheran in real life, and I know so little about about that denomination. So so glad that you're here, and I hope that you come back and teach me more about your denomination. That'd be great.
Amen. Yeah, the more
Mhm.
voices, the better. As long as we can get through them.
Yeah, it's true.
Crimson, I asked if I saw a question earlier. Yeah, I copy pasted it. I didn't read what it said, so this is going to be a live read. You ready? This is for
Hmm.
you.
This is for
My
me. I'm
question
ready.
for later, Webby, regardless of what you think is true, would you want the Eucharist to be the body and blood of Jesus? Do you think that would be a better thing and a way for the Lord to be more intimate and vulnerable with us?
I think there's a level of beauty to the idea, but I believe that Jesus already lives inside of me, and how much more intimate can that be? So my answer to that is that there's a little bit of a non-start in it, because I don't feel at all inclined to say what is better or what is true. I just care about
I'm surprised.
what is true, and so in that regard, I see beauty in the physical, real, or true presence of the Eucharist. I think there are some beautiful things there. I also, in my reading of the Scripture and in my understanding of the Eucharist, I see ways where it could, and this will probably come up later and it's in my notes, but it could invalidate um, the sufficiency of the sacrifice of Christ if it actually is his blood. And those two things are wrestling within me, because there is beauty. I recognize that, but I also want whatever is true. And Peter says all the time something very lovely, and I'm going to misquote it, but that you desire or to pursue all what is true, was it true, holy, and beautiful? I think I said it
True,
wrong.
good, and beautiful. But
Good
holy,
and
I
beautiful.
mean,
I
is
like
the
holy.
highest form of good. Yeah.
Yeah, true, good, and beautiful. I think that is one of the most beautiful things that Peter says, and whether you're Catholic or Protestant or whatever, I think that I think it's easy to get on board with that, and that's what I want. And if the Eucharist is true, pray that God reveal that to me. And if it is not, pray that God reveal that to Peter and everyone else. And
Amen.
whatever is true is what I want.
Yeah. Amen to
Long
that.
answer. Mhm.
Um, Here's another one. Can you remember the sacrifice on your own or just with your family? Or is the church necessary for it?
Are we meaning the sacrifice of Christ, or is this like the Passover
I,
sacrifice, like
I think he's
in
talking about the
context?
Lord's Supper, like do this in remembrance of me. Can you do that on your own or just with your family? Or do you need to do that with the church? The
That's a
communion,
gr-
yeah.
that is a great question, and I actually, I do think that it can take place um, outside of the walls of a church organization. I do think that it can take place. I know that is contrarian to Catholic thought, because the Eucharist is only truly the Eucharist if consecrated by a priest, or
Hmm.
maybe that bishop may be the right thing. I may be speaking wrong,
Nope,
but
priest is right.
perfect.
I mean,
So,
yep, priest or
yep,
bishop, I suppose.
yeah. The latter includes all the prerequisites of the former. But
Yeah,
yeah, so in that regard, I'm kind of ascribing in a way, I guess, to like the the priestliness that's in all of us as
the
believers,
common
I guess.
priesthood, sure.
Yeah, you got good words, common priesthood. But I don't know that,
Hmm.
like, I think the base requirements for communion is believers who have placed their faith and rely on their salvation through Christ. Like, that is the base.
Michael says, well, technically, Michael, as a Lutheran, technically it doesn't need the building, as our pastors will travel to give it to the sick. But yeah, I think
Hmm.
you're highlighting the perhaps a finer distinction that we might discuss of, like, does it need an formally ordained minister or not? Or, like what
Yeah.
we would call a priest or bishop,
Yep.
or can any person do it? Is the
Yep.
actual dispute? Because
And
yeah, we've had mass in our own home, which was
mhm,
pretty amazing.
that's
Um,
awesome.
yeah, yeah.
That's pretty cool. I am also, like, I was alluding to church, thinking of church as a building, but if we were to describe the church in
As the
a very
body of
Protestant
believers.
way, but as the body
Yeah,
of believers, then yes, you do. The church is required. You
yeah.
do need the
But it's
church.
it's
So
kind of like self-referential at that point.
it really
Um,
is.
there were probably a lot more great questions in chat, but I think
I'm sure.
especially for our listeners at home, um, we should close now, and then I'm happy to chat more. And I imagine you'll stick around for a little bit, but I also think you need
Hmm.
sleep.
Yeah, I'm getting up at 4 again tomorrow. So
Oh my goodness.
it's the last time, though. I'm going to turn everything off and to collect things. So we're good from work.
That's
So
huge.
yeah,
Congratulations.
yeah. Thanks.
Um,
Um,
All right. Well, thank you, Webby, for entertaining me as we went through my notes on First Corinthians. That I learned a lot researching. That was
Yeah.
I liked, and I think that we found a format that I see as very strong for the future.
Yep. Yep.
And I'm excited to go through your notes one day too. Michael, thank you for the follow. I'm excited to talk to you more.
Fully agree with that. Yeah, no, this was great. Time will tell on the format, but we do it again. Let's do it. Thank you, Michael, for the follow over here as well. Let's continue to do this and just like flesh it out. But I agree. I feel like I learned a lot in just that. Just that little bit of time. That was really edifying. So it was good.
Awesome. All right.
Yeah.
Well, we'll be back next week, probably talking about the Eucharist. Whether it's led by Webby or me, I don't know yet, but I think we're doing more Eucharist next week. Correct?
Yeah, probably, because there's there's still lots of notes.
Yeah. Wonderful. All right.
Cool. Guys,
Take care, everybody.
If you're watching live and you would like to check out any other episodes, Spotify, search Tangled Christianity. We're the only people by that name. You'll find a really cute cartoon version of both of us by the very talented Yenza, who happens to be married to Peter. In that order, very talented, married to Peter. But no, she did great. So catch up on anything there. These live episodes are uploaded a week behind. So if you want to catch last Tuesday's episode, it looks like today's episode. So go check it out. And then thank you guys so much for being here live. I really appreciate that. I think as much as we ignore chat, it's really nice having so many people here because I really see it seems like people are really getting involved and interested in these conversations, and me too.
Yeah.
So this is
it's great to see that we're touching on topics that people care about.
Yep.
And I know that there's going to be a backlog of further thoughts that people might want to share with me or with Webby, and I'm so down to read those thoughts after the podcast.
Yeah.
Sweet.
All right. Thank you guys. There's only one thing left to do before I hit the stop recording button, and it's what Peter always says.
My brothers and sisters in Christ, God bless and ciao.
Love that so much. My brothers and sisters. That was lovely.
The timer kind of worked. Like the timer did make me go faster through some of my points, but I think I just had too many things that I prepared, and I also put anamnesis at the end, and that was the most important thing to me. So I wish I had spent less time on, I don't know. I think maybe the context part. Well, I don't know. Maybe the First Corinthians 10 part wasn't. Maybe I should have skipped that because
maybe. But that was so good. Truth be told, I expected you to bring up First Corinthians 10, so I felt a bit. You didn't tell me you were going to. I don't know why, but I was looking and checking, and I was trying to look into the word that you did send. I was like, not Blue Letter Light Bible, but what's the other one? It's hold on, I'll tell you
Bible
the app.
Hub?
Logos Bible.
Oh,
you can like word by word it, which is really nice. It's just a little app that makes it convenient to find it. And I was trying to look at like where else I could find that Greek word, and it actually took me to a different reference, which was 1 Corinthians 10. And so I read the parallel there, and I was like, oh, this is interesting. So I kept reading. And I didn't bring it up to you because I was like, there's no need. I don't know if he's going to do it. But then as soon as you did, I was like, well, I know exactly what I'm going to talk about here. And I'm going to talk about how, yes, participation is used again. So I didn't feel unprepared the entire time. And I didn't prepare. Like,
all right. That's great. Huge. Awesome.
Yeah, it felt great.
Particular question, are these posted after the live streams? I couldn't find them anywhere, just the web show. We are only publishing these on
here. I get you a link.
Spotify for now. I think that having a separate YouTube channel for Tangled Christianity could be good. It does add,
I agree.
I mean, this is Webby's workflow though, so like I don't think it's urgent, but like for example, when I told my parents about it, the show, they said, oh, what's the YouTube channel called? And I said, ooh, well, we're on Spotify. And they said, how does Spotify work?
Yeah. And it's my bad. I've said for like episode after episode now that I also am trying to get us on Apple Podcasts and all the other things. And goodness, I just can't find hours to do it. And
Yeah. No,
so
you've been put in a place right now. I mean, I think your life has been all over the place. So I don't be hard on yourself.
well, I want to. Like, I mean, I shared that um, not in the recording, but just earlier in today's stream. There's just a level of quality and consistency that I want to do for me to feel like I'm doing well enough. Maybe that's a false line of thought, but anyway, that's and I'm not meeting that. I'm not meeting that with content, and so it's I
Yeah.
don't like it. I don't like that, and I'm not doing that. I feel like I'm doing a disservice to this podcast as well because this is maybe one of the more important, cool things that I'm a part of. So
Yeah.
anyway,
Well,
I want to do that, but YouTube makes sense. It's not much more of a workflow for me. It's just the hard part will be setting up the channel and getting like art and everything ready. But then the upload portion is just a tab for the web for the podcast or for Spotify, and then a tab for YouTube, and just have them upload at the same time,
yeah.
same title, same description. It's not that much more work for the upload.
I might be voluntelling Yenza. I'll ask Yenza if I'm giving her too much work to do. But if you can give me a list of what art you would need to set up the YouTube channel, I think it's mostly what, just a profile picture and a banner photo, right?
Yeah, profile picture and banner, and you want to get the sizing for the banner just right so it scales well between mobile and desktop. But I
Right.
think
There's
that's
a weird.
really it.
I've found a template before. Oh, Mel,
Yeah.
thank you for the sub. I don't have text to voice, but let me read this off. I wanted to wait until after the podcast was over to share this. My brother in Christ, it has been a year. What a wonderful, crazy, beautiful year it has been with you, Yenza, and everyone in the community and Webby. I can't thank God enough for sending me here to teach me how to come back to full communion with the church. Thank you for walking with me. Oh, Mel, that's
I love that.
super awesome to hear. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. It's great having you, Melanie.
Mel really is a joy. You know, Protestant in the room, inserting my opinion. She's a joy, and I think it's crazy that the way that I first like came to know who Mel was, or it was because of accident, because she was she was in the first raid train that I was a part of. Yep, and I was like, oh, and that's how I first saw her, and she's just so lovely. And now I get to annihilate her sometimes on game shows. It's great. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, Game of Favorites.
Yeah, Game of Favorites.
Father Evan did a game show recently, and so was trying to remember. You guys weren't on that.
He invited me to be on it. I
did he?
wanted to be on it. I just same reason that I had to pull out for the game, the
Sure.
trivia night I was going to do. I was like, I just don't know if I'll be home, and I think there was some accidental wisdom in that, because when I did get home, like, you know, when I stopped by and you were doing a filler spot, I almost was like, you want me to take a filler spot? And I can do that. But I was like, I was sitting in this chair and I just wanted to see how the raid train was going. And I was back here and I was like, I'm going to look at this coding game and just watch. And you're on that monitor. And then I was coding, and then the coding game sucked. So I was like, whatever, I'll just watch. And like, I was so tired. And then I didn't know it was going to extend into, not only was it Saturday and Sunday, but Monday and Tuesday, and now tomorrow. Like, I didn't know I was going to work long days every day this week.
I'm glad that you got. Well, I'm glad that we were able to take that off your plate. It's to make that time easier.
I felt real bad about it. It's been between the funeral and then just work, it's been a wild month. It's not bad. I'm okay. It's not like I'm over here like, woe is me or bad. It's just I'm tired, but I'm good.
No,
I'm okay.
I understand that for sure. Oh.
But I might be looking at unemployment from oil wells. So like there will be time in my future.
Great. I mean, that also means that soon could be the very appropriate time to do some Game of Favorites edits.
Yeah.
Commission, like I want it to be a good use of your time.
Yeah.
I mean, we're neither of us are here to like use the other. But I think it could be good for both of us.
I'm gonna add that to my notes. Don't use Peter. Got it.
Thanks. Appreciate
Love you too, Mel. Yeah, no, it may be. I mean, no pressure on that either. Like the little thing, the little thing that I'm doing that I start Thursday is a sixth of my what I like totally gross, like annually, for what I'm for oil. This will
Mhm.
pay a sixth of that, which is crazy when you put it like that. But it'll
Yeah.
pay a sixth of that. So like, that's why I say it's definitely not the new thing, but it has potential to grow, and I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. And I think I'll get to use like it's PR and multimedia. I'll get to use the skills that I use here, and so
Yeah.
I like doing that. But maybe it'll open up an opportunity to like, I don't know, go get something part time for like $30,000 a year, and that'd be fine. So,
Yeah. No, that could make sense.
mhm.
Um,
And then
I've thought,
supplement. Sorry, go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah. No, I've thought before about doing something like, um, well, being a garbage man, uh, because they get paid well for their hours. They have terrible hours, and then stream
Yeah,
on the side of that. Like that takes care of the money, and then stream. Something as like a brainless job would even be nice in the sense that I don't use my brain at work, so I can keep all of my brain energy for stream.
yeah.
Um, but it's not the path I'm on right now, of course.
That's how I landed in oil because it was I went from working in communication and everything before, and so oil when I started was like beautifully monotonous. Like it was kind of the same thing. I drove the same route and it was all and then that was beautiful because I got to listen to audiobooks and everything.
Hmm.
But then the route got a lot longer and I'm always on call. And so the ugly side of the
Yeah,
coin started pulling me away from the thing where I kept my brain just because I don't use my brain at work. I'm just never here to use it. Like that's the
yeah.
problem right now.
I used to be a barista, and not having consistent hours like every week is a slightly
Uh-huh.
different schedule. And I mean, that's not as bad as being on call, right? Like that's just not necessarily knowing a week in
Yeah.
advance, whereas on call means I don't know, I might need to take a phone call right now. It's wild.
I would get when the company was still paying, that would happen. Like I can't tell you how many nights at like 1 and 2 in the morning, a compressor went down, and I had to go crank it up and can come home and then go run the route the next day. Like happened all the
Wow.
time. Um, Interesting that you were a barista. That's so cool. That's one of the little part time job things that I have entertained doing because I think it sounds fun.
um I enjoyed it for a little bit. There's pros and cons. I think I I left at a point when I realized um so I was a barista at Starbucks specifically, and I just don't like their HR model because
Hmm.
I mean, not to say that it's wrong. I just disagree with like that's not the type of company I want to work in. For them, every employee gets the same raise in December, like the same percentage raise.
Hmm.
Um, if you want to climb the management chain, then you can get better raises. Uh, but for me, I wasn't interested in making a career out of Starbucks. I just wanted something to keep me busy, and I was willing to be a good worker. So when the time for raises came and I got the same raise as the people that I was picking up slack from, I was very upset. And from
Ooh.
that day onwards, I said, all right, well, if it doesn't matter, then I will work hard enough to not get in trouble. And that is it. you know,
I can top that. You see, I used to work for a church.
mm, ministry is
That's
tough.
the end of it. Yeah. Our
I, go ahead. Sorry.
I just remember like how crazy it was when I first left like doing ministry work, and doing like something secular. And I got a bonus my first year at doing oil. I was part time with oil, wasn't full time yet, so I didn't expect a bonus at all. And the bonus, I kid you not, the bonus was a little over 6 times the highest bonus I ever got whenever I was working at a church. And it wasn't a lot of money. We're not talking a 4-digit number. It wasn't a lot of money. So, but for me, I was
That's
like,
rough.
"Whoa, it's crazy." So
There's
yeah,
money in this world? What?
yeah.
Neko says, I did something similar. I have a BFA in game design, which is so cool, by the way, and did steel construction for 2 years. Wow, steel construction. That's metal.
Work. Yeah.
Leads to caffeine. Yeah, yeah. I had a lot of coffee as a barista.
Yeah.
My youngest sister became the youngest store manager in her district at Starbucks. Yeah, maybe I should have gone. Like I could have become a manager. They liked me a lot,
Mhm.
but I wasn't interested in becoming a manager because like I was just looking for something to pay the bills, but maybe I
Yeah.
should have pushed for it. Like, I wouldn't have been working more hours. I would have just had more responsibilities.
Yeah.
It could have been fine.
I almost did that at McDonald's. I actually went to I went to the city where they were doing the managerial training and sat in a class. And I don't regret not pursuing the McDonald's managerial chain, but
No.
yeah.
The food industry has super tight margins. As much
Mhm.
as a lot of people love the idea of, you know, giving people food and drink, and making a living off of that, because there are so many people that are immediately attracted to that idea, that means that it's a very competitive market, and so all of the costs need to be pushed way down to just stay afloat.
Mhm.
And that translates to, I mean, also wages are generally going to be pretty competitive, but not competitive in the sense of we get paid a lot, but competitive in the sense that they're trying to keep costs down.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't recommend going into food and drink generally, unless you think you could get a lot of tip money, but that's
The
not
only
me.
way I think it makes sense is if you're like doing like a restaurant and tourism degree and you're gonna manage like a chain or something in a hotel. And like let's be real, that's like 10% of us. Like that would actually do that. Most of us would be the waiters. So
Yeah. Hi, Seb. It's good to see you. That is a cat, normal size cat. I'm just a very small human. Um, yeah. I mean, yeah, possible. Like if you get into upper management, it can become more lucrative. But
Mhm.
like the amount of work that you need to do for the type of salary you get, I think you're going to have a very bad ratio if you ever work in food. Seb works in food, by the way.
Yeah. Can you corroborate this, Seb?
Seb works really hard as a chef and doesn't get paid enough. I would, I bet he would agree with both of those statements.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Well, friend, um, what are your plans? You going to continue to stream out, or are we going to Tangle Raid?
I should probably raid.
All right.
Should probably raid. Yeah.
Do you have someone in mind?
I don't. Do you? Let me. Let's see who's out there.
So if you're looking in the Reach community, so many people.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's this P Tony guy that's streaming, but no, like for real, like Destro, Aki, Liz, Prepony, Papa Tsunami, Lazarus, Lamberto, Kaori, Samus, like all all of these are Reach. Trevor.
What about Lazarus?
Let's do it.
Yeah, where is he?
I like that guy. Where did you go? The Lazarus. Got it. And
Yeah, I
he
like him a
currently
lot,
has.
too.
Wait, he just went offline. Negative.
Oh,
Abort.
well, never mind.
Abort. I literally clicked on it right as the viewer count dropped to 1, and it said offline. And I was like, well, bad timing.
All right, your
Who
choice.
is it?
Your
Who's your
choose.
second pick? Let's see.
We could do Jeesh. I don't know if he's in the Reach team officially on Twitch, but I mean, he's certainly part of Reach.
You know, that's true. And I thought I followed him. So why is he not popping up in my follows?
His name is XBC Jeesh.
Maybe that's my problem. I'm just looking at the wrong thing. Nope, that's not. Oh, found him. Yep. Works for me.
The only people making good money in comparison to their work in the restaurant industry are the servers worth their salt, the owner, and the alcohol reps supporting that restaurant.
Oh, yes. Didn't think about the alcohol rep, but yes.
Yeah. There's good money in alcohol, I'm sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Maybe instead of barista, I should be bartender.
I did think about being a bartender once upon
I
a time,
have for real too. I'm
Yeah.
fascinated with mixology, but I also have a little moral confliction about being the catalyst for people to become drunk.
Yeah, like when I think someone should be cut off, it's not when I would be cutting people off at a bar.
Yeah.
That would be weird.
Yep. Well, I'm going to hit this start raid button and we'll go see this dude with the face. Though I can't see his face. It looks. Is he a PNG tuber, or is this just like because right now?
I don't think deliberately. I think his computer is not super beefy, and so he has to be careful with how much he asks his computer to do.
Gotcha. That checks out.
That's what's going on.
Checks out. All right, guys, you know what to do. Tangled raid. That's what we do here.
Tangled raid.
Yeah, it's become lore now. It's tradition, Peter. Fun. I know how you like tradition.
We love tradition.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure you sing the song, the famous Tangled Christianity song. Hum it to yourself in your showers while you're walking to work. Walking to work? Does anybody walk to work these days? I used to.
I'm glad I don't.
Yeah, you could.
I drive almost 200 miles a day, so that would be a long day. Well, Peter, this is a joy, man. Always is. I appreciate you.
Yeah, appreciate you too, brother. Look
I
forward
guess
to next week. Oh, and we're playing
too.
Halo 3 next week for anybody that's interested in watching us play Halo.
Yep, next Tuesday for the pre-show. Twitch.tv/BobbyPumpkin.
All right. Well, cool.
There's the announcements. Cool. Kingdom Hearts for me on Thursday. What you got going on?
Claire Obscure. Perfect.
And now there's 5 seconds to the raid, so I'll see you over there.
All right.
See you, bro.
Bye.
Bye.
Rapid pumpkin on the rise, streaming joy you can't disguise. Every game and every prize lights up smiles in our eyes. Playing hard and shouting loud, Webby draws a crazy crowd. With each click and every shout, every day the fun is found. Webby pumpkin, feel the beat, streaming live can't be beat. With the vibe and energy, Webby pumpkin sets us free. Late night streams and morning grinds keeps the laughter in our minds. Ton of fun, just feel the vibes. Every moment, pure delight. Webby pumpkin, feel the beat. Streaming live can't be beat. With the vibe and energy, Webby pumpkin sets us free. Webby pumpkin, feel the beat. Streaming live can't be beat. With the vibe.